Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for the first U.S. Majors Tour event in the Northeast Division here this very weekend. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning there, Greg. How are you?
Very, very good. And we've got I'd like to say a full 2 days of racing for you, but we got a portion of 2 days of racing for you coming up as we apologize for the delay. Things got started a little bit later than expected this morning here at Summit. But we've got 6 races coming up for you today. Let's take a look at the schedule that we've got coming up for you here before we send our first group on track. We've already had 15-minute qualifying sessions for 6 different race groups here today, Brian, and we are going to, before we take a quick break for lunch, we're going to run two races. These are 15-lap or 30-minute races, whichever happens to come first. Then going to break for lunch, and then we will wrap things up with our final 4 races of the afternoon. And then tomorrow we go at it once again. And tomorrow, there are going to be 2 qualifying sessions that round out the day. There's actually some more qualifying sessions this afternoon. We are not going to be covering those on the broadcast. Tomorrow, we are only going to be covering our feature races, and we are going to be starting just about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with that racing. But want to thank you all for joining us here today, and I think you're going to really enjoy the racing that we have this weekend, Brian, after watching some of the qualifying sessions.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, some of these qualifying sessions, it's very, very competitive. So times are really starting to come down. We did see 2 track records in qualifying that could be broken this afternoon.
That is correct, yeah.
As we do. We've got really overcast skies. Well, overclass as well, but it's more overcast skies. So that's going to make it a little bit, a little bit more grip in the track as we get going here. And then you start throwing cars out there, different tire compounds and everything else. I think you're going to find that this track is only going to speed up as the afternoon goes on.
Indeed. So it's only about 55 degrees ambient air temperature here. It was very cool this morning for our earliest sessions, for example, when this group, and you're going to, I think, really enjoy this. Is a great way to start the weekend off, going to enjoy Spec Miata and SMX as our very first group. That they were putting in very quick times, but throughout the day we saw possible track records fall in American Sedan. I think also we saw, actually I think in Spec Miata, we certainly saw in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 earlier today. Yes. But let's do this, Brian. We've got the pace car up right at the pit out area now, and we've got our first group on grid ready to go out again. This is going to be a 15 lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. We're going to do what's called a split grid, essentially I believe one pace car. We have the second pace car come out. Our SMX drivers are going to be going out at the front of the field, and then the Spec Miata is behind, which is awfully convenient because, well, that's how they actually qualified. So let's do this. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 24th, driving the number 178 Spec Miata from Gurnee, Illinois, it's Robert Cahall. Bill Dodd's going to start 23rd. He's in the number 186 Mazda Miata. Then we've got Robert Garrison. He starts 22nd on the field, 17th in Spec Miata. He drives the number 70 machine. He's from Knoxville, Tennessee. Tom Gahn is from Winmore, Pennsylvania. He's driving the number 49 Spec Miata. He starts 21st overall. Starting 20th in the number 28 Miata is David Henderson. He's from Falmouth, Virginia. And then we got Andrew Wagner. He's in the number 39 Miata. He's from Towson, Maryland. He starts 19th overall. Zachariah Rosenberg's from Englewood, New Jersey. He's driving the number 171 Mazda Miata, and he starts 18th. Then we've got Brad Williams. Brad is driving the number 71 Mazda Miata, representing Peak Environmental. He's from Harrisonburg, Virginia, and that is the car starting 17th. Starting 16th, Nicole Cooper Cephalo. She is driving the number 82 PlanetMiata.com machine. She's from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. Then we've got Ted Cahall. He starts 15th. Ted is driving the number 78 Mazda. He is from Christiansburg, Virginia. Domenico Luigi is starting 14th today. He's driving the number 46 Spec Miata. He's from Binghamton, New York. With Will Dodd starting 13th. He's driving the number 11 Spec Miata. He hails from Amherst, Ohio. Brian Price will start 12th on the field today. He's in the number 51 Mazda Miata, that's a Spec Miata machine. He's from Strasburg, Virginia, with James Lindenthal, in the number 18 Spec Miata, starting in 11th. Brian Henderson, starting 10th today. He's in the number 97 Spec Miata. He's from Fredericksburg, Virginia, with Dan Conway, starting 9th. Dan is in the number 198 Brondon Foot and Ankle machine. He's from Ruther Glen, Virginia. Then we got Mark Cephalo. He is driving the number 00 PlanetMiata.com machine. He starts 8th. Rob Hines will start 2nd in Spec Miata. He's driving the number 4 TechSport G-Lock Brakes E Street Racing machine. He's from Arlington, Virginia. And your pole sitter today in Spec Miata, starting 6th overall, driving the number 44 machine, driving the Stellar Custom Jewelry machine from Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's Christian Sarnecki. Now let's move over to our top 5, all racing in SMX, driving the number 79 Mazda MX-5, the AutoXCars.com machine at Spencer Bogar. Chase McIntyre will start 4th. Chase is driving the number 13 Kreider Racing machine. He's from Akron, Ohio. Dave Pinterick driving the number 57 Kreider Racing X Factor Racing SMX. He starts 3rd. And your front row today in SMX, driving the number 60 AI Integration Mazda MX-5 from Glenwood, Maryland. It's Aiden Coleman. And your pole sitter today, Brian, representing Planet Miata and RP Performance with a qualifying time of 122.816.
That is Camden Gruber.
Yes. All right, there we go. So we've got the field now making their way down through the carousel now, and we're going to see them come into view here momentarily as they work their way up through turn 8. Lights are out on the pace car, and there are our 5 SMX machines. We'll see a little bit further back, and actually quite a bit further back, the Spec Miatas now just now coming through turn 5. So going to have a pretty big gap on the start.
Yeah, I tell you what, that gap is kind of more than a thought. And, watching them come up out of turn 8 up into turn 9, our SMX guys, they were actually drafting already to try to get up there as we're waiting for the green flag for SMX. And that is green flag is out right now, still side by side between Camden Gruber and Alden Coleman. I'll tell you what, now Gruber starts to get a little bit ahead, Greg, but throw in the 60 there of Coleman again, right on the back bumper of Camden Gruber.
Yeah, and as they come now down into turn number 1, Brian, still side by side there at the front of the pack, Camden Gruber jumping out to that early lead, going into 1 as we've got our second pace car now on the pit lane. We'll follow here as the Spec Miatas are now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. Again, Christian Sarnecki, your pole sitter there. Rob Hines, a national champion in his own right, sitting to the outside to driver's left as the starter is looking over the field. And green flag is in the air for Spec Miata. We've got a driver coming down. Wow, a great start from the outside. The 178 machine, or Robert Cahall, makes up, I think, 4 positions before they ever get to the green flag. He just came all the way down driver's left as things opened up, as that field now starting to compress down into turn number 1, and Sarnecki is going to lead the field, it looks like, Brian, in the 1 with Robbie Hines holding off third place starter Mark Cephalo as they come through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Conway is the odd man out there. Cephalo was able to stick into third coming out of turn 2 as they go up. Now you've got Brian Henderson, another top driver there, and Dan Conway going through turn 3. They're side by side, and then back just a little bit is that 18 of James Lindenthal as our SMX drivers now complete their first lap, headed down into turn 1. Camden Gruber with a pretty good sizable lead in this class over the 60 of Aiden Coleman, Greg.
Yeah, and we've seen Camden running the last couple of weekends on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I believe we're going to see him next weekend as well. Now, Camden has the ITS, Improved Touring S, track record here at Summit Point Raceway in an NC Miata and an MX-5. Some obvious differences there. The NCs have more power than the ITS car does, and certainly a more stout suspension. But he is already opening up almost, looks to be about a 7-car length lead over the rest of the field, over Coleman and Dave Pinterick. Pinterick, should note, of course, is our 2017 national champion in GT1. We talked to him at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and he has a 2-car team now of SMX cars, but he's looking to diversify a little bit as he gets on in his racing career.
I tell you what, as our Spec Miatas now come and complete their first lap, Greg, it is Robbie Hines followed by Mark Cefalo. Christian Zarnecki is going to drop back into third. Actually, he's going to jump back up into second as they cross the start-finish line. Cefalo had it, but as they went through turns 1 and 2, it was Zarnecki to get back ahead of Cefalo. You talk about the SMXs, Greg. Nathan Saxon owns the record here in SMX at a 123. Camden during qualifying was at a 122. So he is definitely well under that.
All right. And for those who may see here, a little bit of dust and dirt flying through turn 10, the number 60 machine, Aiden Coleman, who had been running second in SMX. He took Mr. Toad's wild ride, Brian, through turn 10. He now drops back, I believe, into 4th position out of 5 as that field now making their way through turn number 3.
Tell you what, go back a little bit further as they start to single file out. Again, our Spec Miata, Rob Hines still leads over Zarnecki, and I tell you what, Cefalo's dropped back a little bit further, Greg. Now he's going to be in the clutches of Brian Henderson. Again, 2 top drivers right here with Cefalo and with Henderson. Look for them to work together the entire race now to try to catch up to Rob Hines and Christian Zarnecki.
Yeah, with Henderson with Super Tour wins to his name, Majors wins to his name, started off, I believe, 2 years ago at the runoffs at Virginia International Raceway in the top 4. So a lot of very accomplished racers. Again, your leader right now coming out of turn number 2, that is Rob Hines, who was, first of all, driving one of the E Street racing machines, so probably one of the more stout engine packages here in Spec Miata. He is a Spec Miata podium finisher. That was at 2021, probably 2020 at the runoffs at Road America. And in addition to that, he is also a former T3 national champion.
Tell you what, good run right here and a good battle between the 79 of Spencer Bogart and now throw in Aiden Coleman and Dave Pinterick still sitting there in that 5th position. Again, following Bogart and Coleman, or McIntyre actually, I think is going to be in the 2nd position. So pretty good battle between those 3 as they head down into turn 3 and up down the chute, almost getting down into turn 5 right about now.
Yeah, good little fight there as we see that Coleman has made his way back around Bogart after that off just a few laps ago. Big push here, literally big push now as we switch back over to Spec Miata with Brian Henderson and Mark Cefalo going down into turn 1 as those 2 drivers clearly know the script, and they are trying to work their way back up to our 2 leaders, to Hines and Zarnecki, I would suspect. And we're still pretty early on. Again, this is a 15-lap or 30-minute race. We have 11 laps remaining now. And so quite a bit of time still for those drivers to work their way back up to the leaders.
And Camden Gruber's now starting to come into the back half of this field of this Spec Miata. He's getting ready to come up on Robert Garrison and Bill Dodd in that 186 machine. Looks like he's going to get by both of them. Both of them are going to just let him go by. No, that's not for class, or position. Those 2 are racing against each other. But, Greg, one of the things I did notice in that SM was you've got Robbie Hines, you've got Christian Zarnecki, then you've got Cefalo and Henderson, then you've got Conway and Price, then you've got Lindenthal and Dodd. All of them are 2 to 2 to 2 right in there trying to utilize that draft to do anything they can to catch back up to the leaders.
All right, so Brian here, as we see now, both our leaders in Spec Miata going down into turn number 1. Zarnecki pulling to the inside of Rob Hines as the 2 leaders have about 8 car lengths on that pair running third and 4th over Cefalo and Henderson. And Zarnecki now swaps position with Rob Hines. They didn't lose a lot of time or a lot of space there in doing so. Maybe a car length and a half to our leaders. And Brian, want to welcome in to the booth with us here now. We've got Deacon Greenfield. Deacon, Spec Miata racer, also an ST Light driver as well. Good morning, Deacon. How you doing?
Good morning, Greg. I'm good.
Excellent. So hopefully you'll be able to give us a little bit of insight. You've raced here in the SSM class, which is a regional Spec Miata class, and you've raced with a number of these drivers. So we'll see how things play out.
The difference between Deacon and myself, Deacon raced, I just spun around.
That's
that's usually how that worked. But yeah, again, 15 laps here, Deacon, and we're going, and this SM race is going to be one of the tightest ones that we're going to see here pretty much all weekend long. As here they come out of turn 10 now, we're going to pick them up, and then you've got again the Cephalo and Henderson, chasing down Zarnecki and Hines. Talk about what that's like, because you've got to have that partner to work with that person.
Yeah, definitely. It is a little bit lower of a population than we're used to, at least at the beginning of the season, but they are just partner to partner to partner, and then even a three-pack right after that. So they are all just working up to each other to try and get to the front. Even if they want to pass them, they're going to have to just push until they get up there to the position that they can and want to fight.
And to give you a little bit of an idea here, gentlemen, so we saw Hines and Zarnecki swap positions going into turn 1 that last lap, and I said that it looked like maybe Cephalo and Henderson had picked up a car and a car length and a half, maybe 2 car lengths, and that is exactly what happened. Cephalo and Henderson that last time by were about 0.3 of a second faster than our lead pair. So they were able to close things down. They were the fastest of the group. The group behind Dan Conway as well as Brian Price. Brian Price, a former Spec Miata champion here in the Washington, D.C. region's Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and also a TCB champion in Pirelli World Challenge, what was known then as Pirelli World Challenge. They are running 5th and 6th. They were almost 0.6 off of what the pair ahead of them, Cephalo and Henderson, were doing.
Yeah, and as they get ready to come out of turn 8, you talk about Brian Price. You also got to throw in Brian Henderson there, former IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge racer as well, running in those Hondas for, a couple years. So, again, you've got some top-notch racers right here looking to get up to the front. And I tell you what, Deacon, real quick, the Christian Zarnecki and Rob Hines, Cephalo and Henderson, they're right there. It now went from a 2-car battle down to, and now it's a 4-car battle, as Cephalo and Henderson have worked right on the back bumper of Robbie Hines.
Yeah, they are right there now, Deacon, as we are now working lap number 7 of 15. And let me do this real quick. Let me make a quick first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, P1 and P2. Race Group 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1 and P2. Please head to the grid.
Tell you what, gentlemen, that 4-car battle now just went through turn 5. Looks like we had one that may get some tire off there coming through turn 6. You're going to see that here momentarily. I'm not sure if that was Henderson. It looks like that may have been Henderson. So he's going to drop off a little bit from Cephalo. We'll pick it up coming up out of turn 8. We'll see how far Henderson has dropped back. Here comes Zarnecki. Here comes Hines, Cephalo. And now you can see, Deacon, they have definitely broken apart on those 4. So it's going to take another lap or 2 for Henderson to get back up to Cephalo in order to run down those top 2.
Yeah, luckily Henderson didn't lose too much time. He's actually in that perfect pocket where he's still getting a lot of draft off Cephalo there to where he can still get a really big run up. And actually on that last lap that I was watching, even though the 2 are out front breaking that draft, that back pack ran 0.2 quicker. And in these spec cars, every 10th counts.
Yeah, we talk about that battle, and Greg, what we're starting to see now is our overall leader, Camden Gruber. He is starting to get up to the 78 there of K-Hall Lindenthal, and even coming up into just a little bit further back, actually. That is the 78 of K-Hall. Then you throw the Lindenthal. Camden Gruber coming up into the back end of that. So we're going to have to see with 7 laps whether or not he gets to the tail end of our overall SM lead.
Yeah, well, and we'll also have to see now. Of course, Camden Gruber in that Planet Miata NC Miata, he's got the same livery as Mark Cephalo's Spec Miata, so
right.
we've got to watch that carefully. But we'll see here as Gruber is now behind that pack of Spec Miatas, whether or not Chase McIntyre, Aiden Coleman Spencer Bogar, who are running second, third, and fourth in SMX, if they can close the gap down a little bit. Now, they've been dealing with their own traffic issues, as it looks like we just had a car that we've got a car off going into the carousel over by turn 6. And if you look just to the left, or to the right, pardon me, of our ticker, you can see there is a Spec Miata there. I'm waiting to hear and see if I can get a call from race control to maybe tell us who that is. As soon as we get some more information on that, we will definitely let you know. But there was a big cloud of dirt there coming out of 5, and, well, there's the result. Car sitting dead in the grass.
I'll tell you what, and we just talked about that with Camden Gruber. He just went by Ted Cahill, Lindenthal, and Will Dodd. Now he's going to work his way back up to Brian Price. I tell you what, Conway and Price, they're just now coming into turn 3 right now. They have split apart. So, Deacon, where they were really nose to tail most of the time, they have split apart going through there. Brian Price dropped back 7, 8, 9 car lengths back from Conway. So, obviously having some difficulty getting through some of the other vehicles in this race.
Hey, and I want to thank Mike Davis there in the chat. Thanks, Mike. He says that car has been there since lap 1.
That may be David Henderson sitting down there. That looks like the nose of David Henderson.
Henderson's machine. Yeah. Now, the 49 car, the 49 Spec Miata, that's Tom Gahn. I think
just went into
he
the
just
paddock.
took the car back to the paddock. I'm wondering if maybe that's the car that we saw go off. Now, I know he was having some mechanical issues during qualifying this morning, so maybe something else here. But let's take a look. Coming now to cross the start-finish line and complete lap number 9 here. We've got Sarnecki and Hines, and Henderson, was able to actually get
back around Cephalo.
Yeah, he got around Cephalo. And, interestingly enough, because we saw Henderson a couple laps earlier, Brian, and Deacon dropped back just a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think that's certainly affecting their ability to catch up now as the gap from now Brian Henderson running in third to Hines and Sarnecki is about 12 car lengths.
Well, if you can't see just out of the camera view, I can tell you what, that Brian Henderson just went the old Tristan Herbert line and decided to really rough up the new paint job on the curbing there, Deacon, because he went completely over it, under it, all next to it, able to keep it going. But that was definitely a handful.
So what you're talking about is the folks at the Safe Light Glass Repair, who are not sponsors of this broadcast, I might add. They might have a new customer come the end of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be Mark Cephalo, because I'm sure he got hit with a bunch of rock, especially coming through there. But yeah, let's go ahead and find out where they are now. Camden Gruber should be coming out of turn 10 as well, but he's not too far behind this group. But Deacon, I tell you what, actually he's behind Brian Price coming out of there now. That's our overall. But it looks like Brian Henderson. Let's go back down into turn 1 if we can here. As you see, they're going to start to come down into turn 1. And what's going to happen if you got Christian Zarnecki in that SM and then Rob Hines? They've broken away a little bit from Henderson, but Deacon Henderson's able to pull away from Cephalo all by himself, which is very unusual in an SM race. You've got to have some help.
Real quick, guys, I'm about to make a call to the grid for our next group, but we have going down into turn 1 now. Chase McIntyre in the number 13, the green and black number 13. We've got Aiden Coleman, or Coleman's in the green and black number 60, and then Chase McIntyre in that Dayglow orange number 13, side by side as they came out of 10, going in and out of turn 2, and now as they go into turn 3 with 2 Spec Miatas ahead, 2 Spec Miatas behind. It looks like they finally get that little fight out and taken care of, and moving up into second position now as they come down the hill. It is looks like the 13 of Chase McIntyre's gotten around Aiden Coleman.
Actually, coming through 3, Greg, it was Coleman that got around McIntyre last time by.
Right.
So we'll see if that sticks the next time they come by the start-finish line. But we'll pick that up as soon as we can. Here comes our overall leaders now. But, Greg, you want to make a call.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our big open wheel group. Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, P1, and P2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2. Please head to the grid. And again, Group 2 will be our last group before lunch. Race group number 2, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, as we look by the start-finish line, you see that group that we were just talking about here with Coleman and McIntyre. Aiden Coleman was able to get in front of Chase McIntyre as they start to head down into turn 1 and go through turn 2. That's where you're going to find where you also have now Spencer Bogart has gotten on the back bumper of Coleman and McIntyre's. They're going to go side by side coming up through here, and you're going to pick that up on your screen here momentarily. You'll see McIntyre and Coleman side by side, Deacon, and then you got to throw Spencer Bogart in there. He's just sitting back right now just watching these two. They'll be coming down the hill here momentarily, and they'll be picking it up out of turn 5, and we'll see. It looks like McIntyre is able to get a hold of them, but then you've got looks like now it may be Spencer Bogart is going to try to make that move. Drivers left out of turn 5. We'll pick them up coming up out of turn 6 now. We'll see whether or not they got nose to tail.
As our overall leader, Camden Gruber, comes out of 10, right behind Brian Price and let's see, I lost the car.
That's Conway.
Dan Conway, that they've been working nose to tail the entire time, and all three of them went a couple wheels into the gravel coming out of turn 10, and so now Brian Price, he sees that faster SMX car pull to the inside. He tries to use the draft of Camden Gruber's number 24 machine, but as they went under braking in the turn 1, Deacon, both Price and Conway ended up side by side anyhow, and that's how they stand coming all the way up into turn 3.
Yeah, by this point, Brian's probably been able to tell us he takes the Herbert line again through 3. He's probably been able to tell that we're coming close to the end of this race, so he's starting to really wanting to not start to work anymore since they're too far away to catch the other pack and just try and get Conway and get another position.
Yeah, you saw that on the screen where he definitely went to that driver's right. Conway's not someone who's going to give that up, knowing how many laps are left. Dan is a very, safe
savvy
and aggressive driver, but he's definitely not going to give something up like that, knowing that is for position to get into that top 5.
Yeah, indeed. At this point in the race now, as we only have 2 laps remaining for our overall leader, Camden Gruber, and again, less than 10 minutes. So time is definitely wandering down here as our Spec Miata leaders now come across the start-finish line, and it is Sarnecki and Hines as the two of them, with now 2 laps remaining for them. They don't necessarily have to worry all that much about Brian Henderson running in third, because it is about a 20-car length gap back to our last spot on the podium.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at the cameras, you'll see Brian Henderson lock it up. They're going down there into turn 1.
He's
pushing really, really hard. And, Greg, part of the difficulty is when we got to the start-finish line, Camden Gruber is actually right behind Mark Cephalo. Actually, and we'll have to see whether or not Mark Cephalo does do this last lap, but Mark Cephalo did take the white flag as well. I think they threw it out just a bit early, so we're going to have to see what Mark Cephalo does, but he's got to continue all the way through knowing Camden Gruber hasn't gotten to him. And Camden may just slow up there as he gets behind Cephalo, not to impede him trying to catch Brian Henderson.
And I saw Cephalo actually had tapped the brakes just at the top of 4 there, so I don't know if he was actually just trying to let Cam go around or not. But,
we'll probably just give him a little, probably more so than even a point by, just to give him that subtle hint to just work his way around.
So our SM leader's coming up on some lap traffic. He's giving them flashers to tell him that he is the leader.
And that is Sarnecki and Hines now as they're coming across start-finish. As they are working their last lap, Camden Gruber had already taken the white flag.
He's now taking the checkered.
And there you go, taking the checkered flag. Camden Gruber was almost a full lap ahead of our Spec Miata leaders, and your winner in SMX is going to be Camden Gruber out of Winchester, Virginia, driver the number 24 Planet Miata machine. Chase McIntyre will finish second, and Spencer Bogart will finish in third.
Tell you what, you look at their cameras here, you're going to see our SM battle. They're going to go side by side with Hines and Zarnecki. Tell you what, coming up through there, we'll see what happens coming out of exit out of turn 3 and then down the chute into turn 5. We'll see where they are.
Yeah, and they come through turn 5, and it looks like Sarnecki still has the advantage now as they are coming into turn 6 now. And again, Sarnecki is in the black and orange car. Rob Hines is in the light blue car now as they come through the carousel, the talent section here at Summit Point Raceway, and start to make their way up the hill. Just 2 turns remain for these racers here in Spec Miata here at the very first Majors weekend in the Northeast Division here in the 2024 season. Sarnecki's going to lead Robbie Hines out of turn 10. Hines pulls to the inside, tries to slingshot past Sarnecki, and as they come to the finish line, it is Christian Sarnecki taking the win. The Plymouth, Massachusetts driver wins the first race of the weekend in Spec Miata by 71 one-thousandths of a second.
It doesn't get any better than that for the open race here.
No,
right?
definitely
the
not.
Opening event, it doesn't get any better than that.
All right, so Rob Hines finishes second. Brian Henderson will come in third. Mark Cefalo will finish just off the podium in fourth. Dan Conway fifth. Price sixth. Ted Cahall seventh. James Lindenthal eighth. Will Dodd ninth. And Domenico Luigi ran his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. He finishes in 10th. All right, so let's do this. We're going to take a quick little break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you,
We'll get this right.
We're going to come back over here. There we go. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. Going to thank some of our partners and sponsors here. And when we come back, our last race of the morning, it is going to be our large open wheel group. But first, let's tell you about our great partner, the Autoverse.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 SCCA Majors Tour, first majors of the Northeast in the Northeast Division here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We've got Deacon Greenfield, and also, of course, didn't mention him earlier, we've got Giancarlo Schooler, our director here this weekend. That we couldn't do anything without Giancarlo here this weekend. Don't let that go to your head, kid. But we are getting ready for our second and final race before lunch. This is going to be our large open wheel group, Brian. They're going to be heading out on track. There were a couple questions in the chat earlier. Some folks, and I think Steve Moeller in particular, who's an ITS driver here, in the Mars series was asking what the SMX record was, because we saw Camden Gruber got down to I think a 123.3, if I remember correctly, and Nathan Saxon set the track record here in SMX last spring at the majors here, and actually before SMX was a national class. And he turned in a 123.210. So at least for the time being, it looks like that track record is going to stick. All right, so we've got the pace lap beginning now. You can see that high-tech pace car that we've got, Graham Fuller's Pontiac G-6 or something along those lines. And
it's got like 400,000 miles on it.
Yeah, exactly. We always worry when it comes up the hill out of turn 8 whether or not it's going to complete the lap. But we've got the entire field with the exception of one straggler on the pit lane that looks like they're having trouble getting. It appears to be this might be Tony Ave's Formula Atlantic machine that they're having some trouble getting it started. But we had 7 drivers put in times for qualifying today, Brian. Let me run down the starting order. Starting 7th, driving the number 45 Formula Continental Crossley, it is Chuck Moran. We'll see if Moran gets that car out. He had.
I don't see him out there right now.
Didn't see him come off the grid. He had a pretty big impact during qualifying. Yep. Starting 6th, driving the number 49 Prototype 2 AMAC Pat Wildfire. Andrew Gamble, starting 5th. He's driving the number 00 Formula Continental Van Diemen, and his sponsor is Raccoon. Let me get this right. Raccoon Lagoon. Sounds like a Disney movie. Starting 4th, our sole Formula Enterprise 2 driver in the field today. It's the number 33 machine out of Finksburg, Maryland, the Harper Home Services of Michigan entry, Sam Harrington. Tim Miner will start 3rd today. He's in the number 88 Formula Continental Citation, representing Automotive Specialist Center. And your front row today, and again, it looks like he might be starting a little bit further back in the pack, driving the number 4 Formula Atlantic Swift, representing Optech. He's from Maiden, North Carolina. He's a 4-time national champion, including your reigning GT3 national champion. It's Tony Ave. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 21 Prototype 1 Critter, from Winchendon, Massachusetts, it's Todd Parks. And, between Raccoon Lagoon and Critters, I think... this
is a heck of a field.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not uncommon that we see deer running across the front straight here at Summit Point. So, yeah, it's interesting as the lights are out on the pace car, Brian, as Graham Fuller now bringing the field up the hill underneath the bridge, and has now, let's see, now... And I always let out a sigh of relief, Brian, when the pace car makes it to the pit lane. And
I tell you what, Greg, if you're looking at your monitors right now and you're watching online, it looks like Race Hero may be having a problem. They're still showing the SM and the SMX race on timing and scoring. So We'll see if they update that here for this one here. But waiting for the green flag. There's the green flag being flown, I think, or being thrown. I think it came apart as they did, but we'll have to see. It looks like the green flag may have. I think it came out, but it looks like it broke off the stick. So Beth Burkhart doing the best she can, waving with both hands to try to get that green flag out. But these guys are racing.
Take a stick at that, man.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that she did. Tell you what, coming out of turn 2 right now, heading up into turn 3 is Todd Parks in that number 21. He has opened up a huge gap there. You'll see on your monitor here coming out of turn 2 right now over Tim Miner and then the 33 of Sam Harrington.
All right, and it looks like we've gotten that timing and scoring issue taken care of, Brian, so we've got that updated, and we'll continue to monitor race monitor throughout the course of the day. Of course, if you want to see a more, how do I put this? Not exact, but with a little bit more detail, live timing and scoring, we do have that available for you. Here is at wdcr-scca.org/live-timing. I'll say that 500 times real quick. Yeah, it is. It is. Believe me, it's a lot easier to type than it is to say, apparently. As we've got one lap in the books now, and Todd Parks, our early leader, our sole Prototype 1 machine on track, with Tim Miner, Sam Harrington, Andrew Gamble, Wildfire, and indeed that was Tony Ave, who had issues getting the car off the grid earlier.
And he's got some serious issues with that car because, again, going on a 110 lap pace in qualifying now, barely able to get into that 122. So they've definitely got a problem with that machine right now. Now it looks like it's back under power as it comes out of turn 2 and up into turn 3. You'll see it coming up over the hill here. He starts to reel in the 49 there in that Pat Wildfire P2 machine. So we'll see how long Tony's going to be able to hold on to that and whether or not he does come down pit road knowing there are some issues.
So Deacon, I didn't want to sell you short this morning. I introduced you as being Spec Miata and STL driver, but you've also put in some time here at some point behind the wheel of a Formula Enterprises 2 car as well. Yes. So at the beginning of a race here in a Formula car where it's fairly cold, what are you doing if a slow pace lap behind that Pontiac is not going to be ample time for you to get heat in the tires? What do you do to get that machine up to temp so that you feel comfortable turning quick laps here?
Yeah, the biggest thing that everyone will tell you is to brake warm, is to just, especially on that pit on that out lap behind the pace car, is to just gas brake, gas brake. Even going side to side, the classic F1 to get the tires hot, that'll put a little bit heat in there, but getting the brakes in there that are actually warming the tires from the inside out will do more, put more heat into the tires and get you ready to fire out a good lap off the start than just going side to side. So it's really, really important, because I know my first race, I did not do that. And I went off in 5 because I did not have enough heat in those tires. So it is much different than the 205s that we run on the much smaller cars. But with Formula cars, it is extremely important to get those hot.
Yeah, you definitely need to get as much grip. I mean, it wouldn't take much to, again, being a colder day, yes, especially with the tires, you've got to get these because, the rear tires are wider than, what we've seen in, SM or any other of the, the box cars, I'll say, or the tin top cars, like Greg used to say. But, it doesn't take much for those things to come right around. I've seen it many, many times. We've seen, a lot of cars on cold tires come off pit lane, for the start. And the next thing you know, you're sitting backwards, at the start-finish line.
Yeah, especially with the FE2, only weighing at minimum 1280 with a person inside, and about 180 horsepower to that Mazda MZR. Yep. It will light the tires very, very quickly.
Yeah, so going down, and we're watching now coming through turn 1, gentlemen. We just saw Pat Wildfire, our sole P2 racer, and then Tony Ave in that Atlantic. And the one thing that appears, although Ave did just knock another 3 seconds off of his previous lap time, but it looked as though, and it may be just a question that he's not trying to put any undue pressure on the prototype car ahead of him, but it looked as though about 3/4 of the way down the front straight, there was the speed got maxed out, and he started to lose quite a bit of speed as well before he ever got into the brakes on that car. And so, I don't know if it's just coasting or maybe there's a gear issue with that car.
Clearly something is wrong. Knowing Tony Ave, he's probably fighting something in that car right now, knowing he can't go as fast as he did in qualifying. Again, he's still 6 seconds off qualifying time. So we'll see. He's getting right in the back bumper there of the 49 of Pat Wildfire. But you're right, Greg. As they get down past the start-finish line and they head down into turn 1, that gap gets bigger and bigger from that P2 machine.
Yeah. And all the while, Todd Parks continues to reset fast lap in the session. His prototype 1 Critter, the CSR1, now down to 1:09.5. And the track record, and I don't believe he's anywhere near the track record here in P1. The track record, well, funny we should say that, and funny I should mention that. The track record in Prototype 1, Brian, was set back in 2016 by Jonathan Erickson, and he turned in a 1:10.831.
Well, this is he's run a 1:09.59, so that gives John Parks the new track record.
The new track record, and I thought maybe at the 1:09 that record or that lap time might have been a little bit higher than the track record, but there you go. I mean, the Formula Atlantic track record here is in the 1:03s,
right?
So big, huge gap there, and of course the prototype car is also turning out a ton of downforce. But congratulations to Todd Parks. We'll see if he is able to improve upon that. But as we said, it's a good day here to set fast laps. In Formula Continental, Tim Minor, who currently leads what is a 2-car field right now since Chuck Moran wasn't able to make the grid. He leads over Andrew Gamble. And in Continental, the track record was set by Simon Sykes 3 years ago. Back in 2021, he set it at a 109 flat, a 109.029. So Minor is, about 1.7 seconds off of that record.
And Greg, as we look out of, we'll pick it up on the cameras as we can turn to our turn 1 camera coming past the start finish line going down. It looks like Todd Parks is either broken or has a bigger issue, Deacon, because we watched him basically move to driver's right as he crossed the start finish line, which is now going to allow Tim Minor to go by. And we'll see. It could be because now it looks like Parks is up, but I don't know. Something may have happened coming out of turn 10.
It definitely looks to be back on power now, especially coming out of 2 there, but that was definitely quite a big power loss coming across the start-finish there.
Yeah. If you watch up on your cameras going through there, he just now goes up over the hill, and we'll pick him up down into turn 5. It looks like to be, again, back on power, as you just said, Deacon. But, man, when he crossed that start-finish line, it's like the parachute came out because he just went dead stop, dead right side of the track.
Who knows? Maybe Todd knows that he just got the track record and he wanted to get some draft.
Yeah, or really, again, you get into these parts where, and this, just as well as, all of us, because we've all been out here racing, is, if you're not really racing anybody for class, you get to that halfway point, you start to hear things, right? You start to hear, oh, was that, did my brake get a little bit softer there? Did it go a little bit deeper than it should have? What's that little noise that I hear? You start hearing the gremlins. Next thing you know, you want to take care of it because you got a longer weekend and a long year, really. The year is just beginning here in April, so you don't want to do anything crazy, push it. Next thing you know, you blow the motor out of it or, something happens. So you start those things go through your head and then, so.
Especially with these Formula cars, which
Correct.
are very, very fragile, and they're extremely fast but very fragile. So it is. It's really easy. It's a lot easier than most would assume to break parts out here over the regular tin top.
So Brian, I'm continuing to look at and listen to Tony Ave, who's coming down into turn 1 now. And we had Meg Sauce in the chat said that Ave is coasting, and I think that's absolutely right. Just as he gets past us here at the start-finish line, he is coming out of the throttle, and you can see where he drops back from the prototype 2-car ahead. He doesn't get into the brakes until about the 2.5 marker there on the front straight. And
right.
I'm trying to remember whether or not there were any issues with sound control with that car during qualifying this morning. I don't believe there were. We do have our sound control station on the front straight about 300 feet after where Ave starts to coast, but I don't remember that being an issue this morning.
And listen, Tony could be out here in this car here, as Meg said, working on development. Tony does a lot of development across, all different kinds of platforms of the races. As we watch him now, getting ready to come out of turn 10. He's closed right up on the back gearbox in that 49 Pat Wildfire. But you're right, he gets right down into, and Deacon and I just looked at this, he gets right down to the sound and basically comes completely out of the throttle. But Tony does a lot of development across all different kinds of platforms of cars, across the board. Especially down in North Carolina, there's a lot of them. GT2. He's owns a couple cars that are racing in IMSA, in Trans Am, and so you got all those. Dave Pinteric used to drive a Tony Ave car at one point in time through there in that Ford Mustang, I believe. But again, you're right. He could be out here just doing some development to get all the way through.
He's registered in this car to race at. For those of you who want to join us next week. At the Virginia International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, which you can find on the SCCA official YouTube channel Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of next week. But he is planning on racing 3 different cars. He's got the Atlantic. He's going to be in his GT3 car, his GT3 Acura, which he is, I said he's the 2023 national champion. He was also the 2022 national champion.
And now he's pulling in off pit road, so... obviously, I say this jokingly, the development didn't work.
Yeah. Yes, the development for at least for the day is over. But so he's going to be racing the Atlantic, the GT3 car, and he's also scheduled to have his TA2 Chevy Camaro out there as well. I think he brought the Camaro with him this weekend to race here. So we may see him a little bit after lunch as well.
Tell you what, Giancarlo, let's go ahead and turn our cameras down into past the start-finish line, and then we'll pick up this Tim Miner and this Todd Parks machine. Deacon and I were just looking at it from before when we talked about Todd Parks pulling over driver's right, letting Tim Miner go by. Now he's working back up to try to catch Miner. So Todd Parks could also be doing some type of a system in order to do the, grab some stuff and maybe want to make a pass out of something.
Yeah, Todd Parks definitely has the motor over Timothy Miner over there. Going over into turn 4, the gap between the cars rapidly closed as Parks got on the throttle there. So, and on that last lap, he did get really, really close to beating that 9.5 that he just did. So he could be just working the draft of Miner to try and get a better lap.
Could be.
All right, we've just got word from race control, gentlemen, because we did have that late start today about when, and I figure we'll put it in the chat here, and we'll also have it up on screen a little bit later. But our third race of the day, which is going to be the first race after lunch, it will be starting at 1:20 Eastern time today. So Russ Lundberg, those of you out on the West Coast, that would be, I think, 10:20 in the morning.
You should be up.
10:20 Pacific time. Yeah, absolutely. So again, we'll be starting at 1:20 in the afternoon.
Tell you what, let's pick up this again, not for position, in class, but position. The only really race on the racetrack is Tim Miner and Todd Parks. And Deacon, you were talking about it. The last lap by, he ran that 109.6, and then this time by that he just came through ran a 109.9. It's like he's getting up to Miner, but then stopping and kind of dropping back and just seeing whether or not he potentially could make that pass in certain parts. So again, he could be sitting there going, "Hey, I'm going to save what I have, maybe for later today or tomorrow, depending on really."
Yeah,
kind of what happens.
Neither of them are racing for position there, so it's really just a matter of either possibly fuel saving or possibly just trying to get a better lap. And that last one, he maybe made a mistake where we didn't see it, but as they come across the line, and that new time is still not good enough to beat it. But Timothy Miner almost breaks into the 9s in that FC car, so that was a great lap out in front.
Yeah, and he's been running pretty consistently in the 110.5 range. So he just knocked about 0.3 off of that, a little bit more than 0.3 off. So he's definitely picked up the pace a little bit, but probably trying to respond a little bit to what Parks is doing directly behind him.
So here's one question that I would ask, and maybe this is something for Todd Parks, to go through, is that when you get behind, a Formula Continental there, and Deacon, you may be able to answer this, but does that car get aero tight in certain corners here at Summit Point coming off of there, knowing that's a P1 car in a Formula Continental? Does that change something? So now that he's behind him, he really can't get by him.
Yeah, when I raced FE2 2 times last year, we really didn't have that many other downforce cars on the track with us. There was, I don't remember the driver, but there was another Formula Continental out there that I was behind to get around, and the aero wash wasn't really that bad, especially with the FE2s. Surprisingly, the aero difference between their max wing setting and their min wing setting is surprisingly low.
Really?
So it really does not do a whole lot with that wing, and it's not super sensitive to aero wash. But it is, with the P1 car, I know having a lot more downforce, it is possible.
I know in talking to our good friend Kelton Jago, he's mentioned that the front end of those cars don't really get affected all that much sitting in the wake of the cars ahead. Hey, real quick, for those of you that are here watching us here today, if you like what you see, please remember to go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. And if you haven't done so already, go and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA's YouTube channel. You can find out every time that we go live. We've got a lot of events coming up here this year in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, both at Summit Point, at Virginia International Raceway, and also at the 2 different courses at New Jersey Motorsports Park as well. So go ahead and do that. You'll be glad you did. And plus, I'm gonna keep bothering you about it throughout the day anyhow.
Well, here comes Tony Ave back out on track. So, again, as our leaders now, they're going to go across the start, coming out of turn 10 now. Then they'll be crossing the start-finish line. They will be getting the white flag. So, Tony going to bowl completely over there and then see what he can do here, Deacon, as they're headed down into turn 1. Tony's going to get at least one more lap on that machine to, again, probably continue that development or determine really what happened. I can tell you right now, Deacon, as they come through turn 1, he looks a lot faster coming out of turn 2. So, but
he is looking quite a bit more racy there. We'll see how he, obviously since he just came off the grid, we're not going to have a full fast lap to decide here. But the pace looks a little bit better from that number 4 Swift here as we now have coming onto the front straight.
This is going to be the Sam Harrington.
That's Sam
machine.
Harrington, who's our sole FE2 machine.
Not the FE2.
No, that's not Harrington.
No.
Oh,
that was the.
That's Gamble and the other Continental.
Yes.
The 0-0 machine here at Wildfire coming through. All right, so our leader Tim Miner in the number 88 Formula Continental Citation. He's going to take the checkered flag. He's your overall winner. Todd Parks in his Prototype 1 Critter will finish in second. I feel like I need a rabies shot after announcing that.
I was going to say the same thing.
Something about great minds. So the question is, did Beth Burkhardt have the checkered flag to throw? So it's funny you mentioned that on the start because during the Super Tour a couple of weeks ago at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the starter went to display the white flag for the finish of a race and threw the flag at the driver. Just missed them. The driver was going fast enough; they didn't get hit by the thing. But apparently, that's a new way of getting drivers' attention here on course. All right, so it's Miner, Parks, Harrington, your top 3. Andrew Gamble will finish second in Formula Continental, 4th overall. Pat Wildfire set fastest lap on the last lap at a 1:13.4, and then Tony Ave, like I said, didn't have a full lap to compare there. He was in the low 119s on that last lap, which is about 5 seconds off of what he had done previously.
And speaking of our sole FE2 driver, Sam Harrington ran a 1:11.5 on that last lap, which is his best of the race. So only being a second off of the track record set by Jamison Huffman. That was a really, really good lap.
Jameson's probably putting the tires in the car, yelling at Dad, "Let's go, get it in the trailer."
They got to get the RV fixed.
They got to get the RV fixed.
We got one more.
All right, so again, for our Group 3 racers, before we break for lunch, just wanted to let you know, Group 3, you're going to be on course for your race at 1:20 p.m. today. That's Eastern Time. Yep. We're going to get this right eventually. All right, so Group 3, you are going to be on course at 1:20 p.m. today, and we'll start giving you a call to the grid about 20 minutes ahead of that. So as we get ready to break for lunch, we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, and hopefully we'll have you all back. Our next race up, Group 3, is going to be the Ground Pounders, is going to be Big Boarders. Good chance we're going to see Tony Ave out there likely in his GT2 machine, but they will be our next racers, followed by Spec Racer Ford, Small Bore, and rounding out the day with our small or open wheel racers. So stay with us here. We'll be back in just about an hour.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from lunch here for the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour live from Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Deacon Greenfield. And lest I forget, of course, Giancarlo Schooler pressing all of our buttons here all afternoon long. And Brian, Deacon, we had two very exciting races to start the morning off after an inauspicious start. Started a little bit late this morning. We've got four more races this afternoon. Let's do this. Let's first, before we get underway, let's pull up the schedule so people can see what we've got coming up here. As you see, we've already gone through our first two races. We've got four more races this afternoon. There are going to be some qualifying sessions this afternoon. They are not going to be broadcast, much like there are some qualifying sessions tomorrow morning. Also, those will not be broadcast. We're going to be on air, hopefully tomorrow morning, about 9 a.m. for 6 feature races here from Summit Point Raceway. But first up, Brian, we must get through the remaining 4 sprint races. Next up is going to be our big bore group. It's going to be our GT cars, our faster touring cars, our American sedan racers, and is there anybody I'm forgetting? Oh, I think probably GTX, but we've got a couple of national champions in the field.
At least 3.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 that I know of. Let's do this. Why don't we run down the starting order? The pace lap's going to start here momentarily, and we'll talk a little bit more about it.
Okay.
All right. So we had 15 drivers set times here this morning in qualifying. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 15th, driving the number 19 GT2 Chevy Camaro TA2 car from Maiden, North Carolina, Tony Ave. Then starting 14th, and we've got a nice big American sedan field.
Yes, we do.
This weekend. We've got 7 cars racing in American sedan this weekend. Starting 7th in American sedan, 14th overall, driving the number 74 Chevy Camaro from Brockport, New York, it's Doug Cross. Then from Breezeport, New York, it is Tom Brown. He is starting 6th in American sedan, 13th overall. He's driving the number 23 Chevy Camaro. Jason Smith driving the number 97 American sedan Ford Mustang. He's representing Mahoning Valley region, and he is starting 12th overall. Thomas West in his probably not his Chevy, his Cadillac CTS-V, the Limerick Machine Cadillac. He's from Standish, Maine. He starts 11th overall. Starting 10th today, our sole driver in Touring 3, driving the number 4 Nissan 350Z. That's the Tech Sport Hoosier G-Lock Nissan 350Z of Rob Hines. Starting 9th, driving our sole T2 machine in the field, the number 46 Ford Turf Trade Ford Mustang from Glassboro, New Jersey. It's Alan Phillips. Starting 3rd in American sedan, 8th overall, driving the number 89 Ford Mustang. That's the Blue Knob Auto Ford Mustang. Representing the Blue Mountain not Blue Mountain region. Yeah, actually, I think it's Blue Mountain region. From Hamburg, Pennsylvania, it is Brian Licklider. Starting 7th, driving the number 14 American sedan Ford Mustang. He's starting 2nd in American sedan from New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, driving the Jost Ironworks Yannick Custom Ford Mustang. Former national champion in the class, James Jost. Starting 6th today and 2nd in Touring 1, driving the number 88 Core Ford Boss 302 from Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's Robert Corzin. Starting 2nd in STU, 2nd overall, starting 2nd in STU, 5th overall, driving the number 70 BMW 325 Treacle Insurance machine from Marshall, Virginia, Darren Treacle. Starting 4th overall, our sole racer in Touring 1, driving the number 21 Prancing Horse Farm Racing C5 Chevy Corvette. It's Cord Keystat. Starting 3rd overall, your pole sitter in American sedan, driving the number 22 Hoosier Auto Gear Pro Systems Chevy Camaro from Durwood, Maryland, your reigning national champion, Danny Richardson. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 1 STU Warwick Auto Park Carbotech Hoosier Audi A4 from Lidditz, Pennsylvania, your reigning national champion in STU, Chip Herr, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 37 GT3 Pella Toyota Motorsports TRD Toyota Celica from Midlothian, Virginia, with a qualifying time of 1 minute 16.816 seconds, Warren Montague.
Tell you what, Greg, in that T1 battle, we do have two T1s. So we have Robert Corzin, who got that car back after an incident last year in April. So it's been a year
that VIR,
since that car has
almost exactly a year.
Almost a year to the day where that's been a problem. And then you got Cord Kerstadt in that 21 machine up there in T1. But you talked about, Chip Herr, Danny Richardson. They were out yesterday, and they were running the same tires during the practice day as they did last year in the runoffs. As it looks like our pace car is now making its way up the hill, coming onto pit road. We're going to get the start, and I do have confirmation they have fixed the green flag from earlier. So it looks like that should be ready to go. So
all right,
waiting for that.
Field, it's coming out of turn 10. Warren Montague in the yellow Toyota to driver's right, the red Audi of Chip Herr to the left, and green flag is in the air as we are starting this big bore race. Again, this is a 15-lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. Is that right? 15 or
oh, we got cars. Sorry, Greg. We've got cars all
minutes.
over the track headed down into turn 1. You're going to be able to pick that up on your cameras real quick. We've got a lot of heavy brake going through there. It looks like everybody's going to get through that, Deacon. And I tell you what, that was kind of interesting there. It looked like Alan Phillips in that 46 machine may have been on driver's right in the grass taking it through turn 1.
That's always the fast way through.
Well, yeah. But, again, just able to get everybody through. Anthony Pacelli got a lot of smoke coming out of the back, so keep an eye on there. I know he has
and Chip Herr going for the wild ride, does not get the car woed down, Brian, coming into turn number 5. We've got a local caution there at turn 5. Looks like he just could not get it slowed down, but it sounds like that local caution has now already been withdrawn, and we could see now he continued at 7, so technically he's our lead car on course. I'll bet you he's going to pit in. It looked like he had no brakes at all, Brian.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, and there's Chip Herr now coming down the pit lane. Only less than 1 lap in the books for our reigning STU champion.
Yeah, something must have happened there because he definitely was pretty quick yesterday in that STU machine. So we'll have to see. It looks like he's going to pull down onto the pit road there. Guys will take a look at it, see if everything's okay. Then they may send him back out. He's done this before, where he's had that problem and then turned around and came back. But again, a lot longer, a lot shorter race here and a lot shorter racetrack. So let's go back and take a look here as our overall leaders are now coming up through turn 3 in there. You've got Warren Montague in that GT3 machine. He's your overall leader. Danny Richardson in that 22 American sedan. And we're going to have to keep an eye on Daniel Richardson there, Deacon, because you and I were talking right before we started here. During qualifying, he was under the American sedan lap record here for Summit Point. We're going to see whether or not he does it. I do know they were putting stickers on yesterday. I'm sure they went out on stickers today, so we're going to have to see during this race.
Yeah, those Hoosier Tire guys were pretty busy yesterday giving everybody stickers, and I know I saw Chip getting a couple sets yesterday. And I actually was talking to Chip while he was practicing, and while he was feeling really good with an 18.3, which is just under his lap record from last year, he did say that he was messing with some things around the crush washer on his brake line on the side that he hit the wall at the runoff. So it may have been a brake issue of why he went off, but we'll just have to see because he's still down there now with the hood open.
So what you're saying is you were talking to him while he was working on the brake.
Yes.
Ooh, maybe that's what it is.
Thanks, Deacon.
we now have a new lap record.
Okay.
In American sedan with Daniel Richardson going a 1:19.263 on lap 2. So that is a new track record here so far in the American sedan.
Wow. Yeah, just absolutely flying. And again, good day. The ambient air temperature in the low 60s right now. And we saw him, as you mentioned, Brian, I think under the track record in qualifying. Previous record holder was Brian Licklider. Back in 2018, turned in a 1:19.949. So
0.7 of a second.
Yeah. Amazing run there. All right, so of course, Danny, currently your leader in American sedan. And we got Brian Licklider running in second, and he's already about 0.6 back. But what we might want to try and do here, Giancarlo, is try to pick up Brian Licklider in the number 89 Ford Mustang, because the last I looked, he had James Jost and Jason Smith pretty close behind, and they're coming out of turn 10 right now. There they are. Jost in the blue Ford Mustang. Directly behind, we've got the green and white Mustang. That is Jason Smith. And then we've got, we had the CTSV Cadillac very close behind of Tom West, but he seems to definitely have dropped off the pace.
And Greg, we now have a new track record in GT3, Warren Montague, which was held by Warren Montague with a 117.558. He is now just bettered that to a 117.438. So the track right now is in great condition for these cars and the outside air, as you talked about, for these motors. And it looks like Anthony Pacelli, who we talked about earlier on, having problems with that turbo, Deacon, yesterday, is still having those problems.
It looks to be about the similar smoke like yesterday, so it could have been another turbo, but I'm not sure. He did do a couple laps. He didn't come in immediately, but
sometimes it's better to just run stock than it is to run turbo.
Yeah.
All right, so completing lap number 4 now, starting to work lap number 5 is Warren Montague. Our overall leader currently leads GT3 as well. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, let's talk about Tony Ave here. Started out at the very end of the back of the pack here with no time during qualifying. Moved his way all the way up in that GT2 machine, all the way up now into 5th overall. And starting to battle Robert Corzin as they now are in turns 1. They'll be coming out of there and heading up out of turns 2 and turn 3, Deacon. You can see them now coming up through the chute, but Tony Ave's gotten up under, right up underneath the back bumper of Robert Corzin as we now have Chip Herr back out on the racetrack.
Yeah, so the Audi now goes and rejoins. A couple of other battles that we're looking at right now. We mentioned that Tom West had lost a number of positions. He had been up with James Jost and Jason Smith in the battle for second in American Sedan. Well, West now has fallen back. He's running 12th overall and kind of mired in some of the Touring 2 traffic there with Alan Phillips in a Ford Mustang. And as they're fighting it out, we've got Thomas Brown in the Chevy Camaro. He's starting to close things up just a little bit. Currently now running 5th in American Sedan. Well, as we take a look now, Tony Ave in that TA2 Chevy Corvette. He is, definitely starting to get up to speed as he now goes past Danny Richardson on the front straight under braking. And following Ave down there in the turn 1 is Cord Keystad, I think, in the Touring 1 Chevy Corvette, trying to stay as close as he can to that tube frame monster just ahead of him.
I'll tell you what, Tony Ave looked like he was shot out of a cannon coming out of turn 10. That car really took a pretty good exit there last time by coming through there, Greg. He passed 3 cars, including Cord and Daniel Richardson, in that 22.
Yeah, I think we should mention that he's got that TA2 Camaro down almost to the speeds that he was running in his Formula Atlantic earlier before lunch.
I think he's faster in the
he's actually close. He had the Atlantic down to a 114 and change. He's in the 16s right now.
There's no testing or development in this car. I think he's got this car kind of lined up here for this afternoon.
All right, so as Montague comes across the line and completes
Greg,
lap
real
number
quick,
6,
we've got Cord Kistak coming out of turn 9 up the hill with a lot of smoke out of that back end. Looks for him to be pulling down on pit road. That looked pretty terminal right there.
Yeah, we're waiting
there
for a call.
Is.
Yeah, and here he comes down on the pit lane. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. And, gentlemen, we are going to be going to a full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway, and I believe that may be for the for the Keystad Corvette that you were just speaking of. Because
May
I
have
don't.
put some oil down.
We see it now on the pit lane,
Extinguisher thrown.
and they just unloaded an extinguisher on that car over there. But we are going the full course caution. They're standing up the safety car, going to bring it out, and we think it's for the issue on the pit lane, but there may be something else here on track. And I'm checking our cameras, Brian, to see if we have some other action out here.
It looks like it's all because of what's on pit road, because he's out of the car, gotten out. It looks like our pit crew down there was able to
pit workers of the year.
Pit workers of the year. Both of them jumped in with that fire extinguisher to put that thing out. So, tell you what, if you don't have one, you have two.
Yeah, but that would also explain is I think they've deployed at least one of the ambulances down there, and so we need to be able to have that up and running. Yeah.
Yep.
So we are now under full course caution. The safety car has picked up our leader, Warren Montague. So Brian, let's go and we'll quickly run down the field here. Let's start off we'll start off at the front of the field, and then we'll break it down here by class. Our leader, of course, driver the number 37 GT3 Toyota Celica, Warren Montague. Tony Ave is up at second place overall in his TA2 Chevy Camaro. Danny Richardson, our American sedan leader, running third overall. Robert Corzin leading T1, fourth. James Jost running fifth. Jason Smith, sixth. Brian Licklider, seventh. Jost, Smith, and Licklider, all in American sedan. They're running second, third, and fourth in class. Darren Treacle, our STU leader, running eighth. Robbie Hines, our T3 leader, running ninth. And then we've got Alan Phillips, our T2 leader. He is running in 10th position. And so, as we mentioned, we're just about halfway. We've got 8 laps remaining. There was originally a call to the safety car I thought it was to bring them down the pit lane, which would be very difficult to do given the state of the pit lane currently. So we'll see how things play out there. But, while we've got a small little break here, gentlemen, I wanted to mention there are a couple of things here for our drivers and families and crews that are here at the track. There will be a track walk available to you tonight. I don't believe there was one last night, but there will be one available to you this evening after the track goes cold until sunset. So once the sun goes down and the vampires come out, you don't want to be walking Summit Point.
That sounds romantic.
Yeah, yeah, it does until the vampires come out. Then we'll see how romantic it is. But no motorized vehicles of any kind are allowed. You can take bicycles out there if you wish, but no Segway scooters and the like. So if you're interested in walking Summit Point Raceway tonight, again, once the track goes cold, you can do that. But you must be back in by sunset. And but what you might want to do and you might want to consider, we're going to have a wonderful catered dinner here tonight as well for all of our drivers and volunteers and families and crew. And everybody is welcome, and even some adult beverages around. So when those vampires come out, take a bottle with you. You might need it for defense. Also, I've gotten word that the Pro Shop here at Summit Point is going to be closing early tomorrow. I believe the close time is 2 p.m.
And Greg, I'm just looking back down on pit road here, and it looks like they've got everything under control. Chip Herr in that Audi is now back on pit road again. So.
All right, so more problems there for the Audi, and of course, we're all convinced now that Deacon Greenfield, who was talking to him while he was working on those brakes yesterday.
I didn't touch the car.
Yeah,
I didn't touch it.
But you distracted him is the point. Of course, and that was, I think, Brian Deacon, probably one of the best races at the runoffs this past year, the STU race. I mean, frankly, as far as on track, door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel action, I don't think anything really stood up to the STL race between Joe Moser and Danny Stain. But to watch Chip Herr, who started off on the front row, go off track on the opening lap, early in the opening lap, fall all the way to the back of the pack, and then work his way all the way back up for the win with like another 20 cars or so around him. I mean, it was just absolutely Absolutely stupendous.
The only driver that probably doesn't think that was the race of the year is probably our very own Mark Liller. I'm sure he does not agree that was the best race of the year. But it ended up being, pretty good. So, to go that far back and then turn around and, come all the way up there. So, a pretty good race by that. So, again, this is the first time the car's been out all year long. He doesn't really have to go and qualify before we go to, Road America. So it's not that, not that big of a deal, but you want to get the car. We were talking to him earlier. I talked to him last night. He's not going to race a whole lot this year, just to get that thing ready to go. But it does seem like, there are some grumblings that need to be done.
All right. So apparently, not only was that car on the pit lane smoking, but all of our cameras now are smoking as well. We're having some camera issues here at the track. But I've just received word from Race Control that the pace car will be coming in this next time by. So we should have 5 laps remaining here when our leader Warren Montague crosses the start-finish line next, and we're going to try and get these cameras back up and running and workable here for you momentarily.
Yeah, and speaking of cars that haven't run since the runoffs, especially since STU, our very own Darren Treacle, who's out there now. This is his first time back after his incident with Joe Mosier.
Yeah, correct.
Has been having some work done with the great guys at Angry Sheep Motorsports, and have that car back out now with a bunch of oil system damage and some custom radiator work. So really good to see him back out on track.
All right, so in perfect timing, looks like we got our cameras back up and running.
See?
Lights are out on the safety car. Well, except maybe at turn 10.
They're frozen.
Yeah, it's still frozen there. But I can tell you, Warren Montague bringing the field now through turn 10. And here onto the front straight. And there we go. Green flag is in the air. And we are back to racing. And Tony Ave and Warren Montague side by side now as they go, well, for a brief amount of time, side by side as they go down into turn 1. And here we go. Warren Montague jumping up to the lead in that GT2 Chevy Camaro. You would expect the GT2 machine to out.
Tony Ave,
pardon me.
Yeah.
And you would expect that GT2 machine quite a bit more horsepower than the GT3 Toyota of Montague.
Absolutely. But, and again, this full field caution here as Danny Richardson drops a right rear there coming off a turn 3 into the gravel, able to get that controlled and go through. You'll see that here momentarily. But the tires just didn't have enough time to really cool off, Deacon. Yeah. So, we're not going to worry about that. Not going to worry about the brakes too much on that either because it just wasn't enough. So I think these guys should be pretty fine. Greg?
Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
As they come out of turn 10 now, again, Tony Ave opened it up quite a bit over Warren Montague in that GT3 machine, which we expected. I think the decent battle right now, gentlemen, on the track is with the American sedan of Danny Richardson. Then you've got Robert Corson, and then you got James Joe. So, again, getting through a little bit more. When I know we were, laughing up here a little bit more about James Jost in that 14. It's a potential that he's going to be smoking. I'd be worried about if James's car isn't smoking. That's when it runs fast.
Hey, so in the chat we've got, and I don't need to know his real name, but I love the handle here. The Diplomat of the SOS Brigade asks if there is an admission fee for viewing here at Summit Point Raceway. Unfortunately, I don't have the answers to what the amount is.
It is $15.
$15. But I was saying it would be a great time if you need to also visit Summit Point's website at summitpointmp.com. But there you go, $15.
You can buy your tickets online right there on their on their website. I think it is $15 online or $20 at the gate. I don't want to say that's 100%, but I'm sure I had that conversation yesterday, so I think that I am right there. It is $15 online and $20 at the gate. So.
All right, so 4 laps remaining when Tony Ave, who's now coming through turn 10, or I swear he came through turn 10, as he crosses the start-finish line. We'll have 3 laps remaining here. And Tony Ave now, he turns in he's in the low 117s, about a 17 flat, and he's been down about as low as about a 6th 1 minute 16.7. And certainly nowhere near the track record here, but he's definitely starting to find some pace in that car. And Tony's got a lot of track time here at Summit Point as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you saw there, right as the camera is free, Robert Corson is going to get past Danny Richardson there. That's actually not in class, but that is going to be for the third place overall. But now you've got James Jost closing in, Deacon. You were just pointing that out. He's coming on the back bumper there of Danny Richardson for that American Sedan lead.
Yeah, while this is not a spec class that definitely should not be bump drafting, those two guys were with the gap to our leader in A Sedan. They should work with each other and not quite as fight just to catch up there, because they do have not that much ground to go to catch up to the leader.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Jost can catch Danny Richardson. I think if he does, I think Danny Richardson's car is going away more and more every lap here.
Yeah.
And that'll be something that they will work on. Again, another driver that just wants to get through this weekend, I know talking to them and that team, they said they were going to race as much as possible, and then I get to shake yes, I get to shake head no. So I think, again, just trying to really get through this. But again, James Jost now, Deacon, closing that down ever so slightly. It's 0.7 of a second now, as opposed to 1.5, almost 2 seconds where it was earlier in this race.
Yeah, and the 14 of Joe's just put in a lap faster than Richardson. That was 1.3 seconds faster, so that gap is definitely closing down rapidly.
All right, and so the next time our leader, Tony Ave, crosses the start-finish line, he'll start the 15th and final lap here. And, you can see now as they come through turn 3, that blue Mustang, James Jost, he's now within only 4 car lengths of our American Sedan leader, current national champion Danny Richardson. Again, Jost, a former national champion in his own right in American Sedan, so he knows what it takes to win here. And we shouldn't put Jason Smith down as being out of this.
Yes.
Guys, the white and green number 97 Mustang, he is now closing things down. He's only about 5 car lengths back from Jost himself, as Tony Ave now takes the white flag, so he starts his last lap. But let's stay with this American Sedan battle.
I tell you what, we're going to wait for them to come up out of turn 10 here. You see Danny Richardson now coming through turn 10. We'll see what the gap is. Jost gets a little bit wide coming out of turn 10, drops that left rear almost into the dust right there. Now that lead is still it's 5/10, Deacon, so he's closed it down. So James Jost, he can smell the back of that bumper on that 22.
And Jost still had 0.3 faster of a lap while they're starting to leave the 97 of Smith, but Jost is right on the bumper of that Camaro.
Yeah, and so the question is now remember that yellow Mustang up ahead, that is the Touring 1 car of Robert Corson. He's not in that battle, but now as they go into 3, only a car length and a half separating Danny Richardson from James Jost. Chevy versus Ford as they come through turn 4 and start to head down the fastest corner on the course, turn 4 here at Summit Point, and then have to get hard on the brakes at turn 5.
As we wait for them to come down right now, we'll see. It does look like it is still going to be Richardson as they come through 6 and 6A there, as we like to call it. But here comes Tony Ave out of 10. But I tell you what, it's still about a car length between Richardson and Jost, Greg.
Yeah, so our leader, Tony Ave, he comes across the line, takes the checkered flag and the overall win in GT2. Let's jump back to that Mustang battle as Warren Montague finishes second overall and takes the win in GT3. And James Jost now right on the back bumper of Danny Richardson, pulls to driver's left, and as they come to the line, taking the win in American Sedan, Danny Richardson, margin of victory, 0.11 of a second over James Jost. Jason Smith will finish third. Brian Licklider comes across the line. He will finish fourth. Tom West now coming up over the crest of the hill. That Cadillac CTS-V, the 56 car, will finish fifth in American Sedan. In Touring 1, Robert Corson, who finished just ahead of this American Sedan battle, he takes the win in class. Cord Keystart, only completed 5 laps. And then we had Alan Phillips, our sole racer in Touring 2. He finishes 10th overall. Robbie Hines, our sole racer in Touring 3, finishes 9th overall. And in let's see. And then let's take a look at I think we mentioned Darren Treacle and STU taking the win. Chip Herr, reigning national champion, only completes 4 laps. And we mentioned Robbie Hines taking the win in Touring 3. Anthony Pacelli in his Subaru Impreza STI only completes 2 laps. All right, so we've got our next group up. Let's make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. And so let's thank one of our great partners here of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. They've been supporting us now for over 20 years. That's OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Hey Dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, Deacon Greenfield, and, of course, we've got Giancarlo Schooler pushing all the buttons here today, bringing all the great views of the action. And next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And we had 14 drivers set qualifying times. We had one driver who was underneath the track record, one that he set a year ago, or actually about 6 months ago. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 14th from Littlestown, Pennsylvania, driving for Doggone Racing, it's J. Mark Wendling. Starting 13th. And if you ever want to see what an NFL defensive end looks like at a Spec Racer Ford, watch the number 1 car here today. Starting 13th on the field, he's your reigning GT 2 national champion from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region. It's Jared Odrick. Starting 12th, driving the number 59. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing the Tennessee Valley region in the Cottages Valvoline machine from Vail, Colorado. Wade White. Good to see Wade out here racing with us here today. Starting 11th, driving the 01 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing the Surf Shop from Silver Spring, Maryland. It's Chris Kearns. Also representing the Surf Shop. God, it feels like Fast Times at Ridgemont High going on around here. Driving the number 11 machine from Staunton, Virginia. It's Jisoo Kim. And, 2 people in the booth here probably have no idea what we're talking about.
Correct.
All right. Starting 9th, driving the number 87 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Delmont, Pennsylvania, John Ryan. Keith Frazier starts 8th. He's in the number 7 alltackle.com machine from Annapolis, Maryland. Gainesville, Virginia's Brian Cates is starting 7th today. He's in the number 27 car. With Craig Chase starting 6th. He's out of Darien, Connecticut, representing the New England region. He drives the 42. Jason Pintar is in the number 56 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's from Flemington, New Jersey, and he starts 5th. On the outside of row number 2, driving the number 77 Johnstown Auto Parts Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Gloversville, New York, it's Jeffrey Lehner. Sam Schechter starts to his right. To his right, he's in the number 55 Windsor Customs machine from Boyd's, Maryland. He starts 3rd. And your front row today, from Greenwich, Connecticut, driving the 10EC Group Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. It's the 17 car. It's Ben Albano. And your pole sitter today, he was your pole sitter at the National Championship Runoffs last October in the Doggone Racing Apple Motorsports Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Local boy from Charlestown, West Virginia, with a qualifying time of 1:19.243, it's Morgan Burkhardt. And the lights are out on the safety car, or the pace car. And the field now starting to make its way up the hill. And starting to get formed up there 2 by 2. Like Noah's Ark. And of course, we'll talk a little bit more about Morgan. We've been talking about Morgan for the last 2 years here in the DC region. But he also just came off a pretty momentous race for him at Sebring International Raceway, and something very different than a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3.
Yeah, he doesn't have to make a driver change. That's the first thing.
Yes.
And we're going to try to get Jared to come up here tomorrow, probably during our Group 2 race, talk about all the different cars he's been in, because he has been in a ton of them. Here, they're going to have to use a lot of Crisco to get him out.
That's right. All right. So cars are now on the front straight. Starter looking over the field. Your starter, Beth... Was that Beth Burke? No, that's Evan Troxel with the green flag. And we are underway here from Summit Point Raceway, as now it is 3 wide behind Morgan Burkhardt. Burkhardt to driver's right with Ben Albano, Sam Schechter, and Jeff Lehner. 3 wide going down into turn number 1. And Burkhardt's going to lead the field through. It looks like the 55 of Sam Schechter is going to fall back behind Ben Albano, then Jeffrey Lehner in the 77 car with Jason Pintar behind. But Burkhardt coming down the center of the track, protecting that lead as they go into turn 3.
I tell you what, Lehner got a great run there. Deacon and I were sitting here watching. At one point, we thought they were going to be 4 wide going down into turn 1. But I tell you what, Lehner, with that great start, driver's left, was able to take that and propel that whole outside through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, a lot of good respect from that start. And now as we're starting to shuffle down into the skill section of the track, into more of a single file, and where they're going to start seeing a bit more like Spec Miata moves, where you start to find a partner and drafting, and a little bit of bump drafting, since these cars are more fragile than a Spec Miata, but you can bump draft with these.
Yeah, you can slightly get up underneath the the rear gearbox there, and into that back and get a little bit of a push. But as far as a really hard, you don't want to. You don't want to do that, but I think you're right. I think you're going to see Lehner and Schechter hook up, because that's the only way that I think they're going to catch Morgan in that number 2 machine as they come by the start-finish line now. And you see a lot of snaking going on here, Deacon. You get into a certain point, and it becomes where the car in front wants to break that draft, because that helps them go a little bit faster.
Yeah, indeed. And so we saw in that first lap that Morgan Burkhardt had about an 0.8 of a second advantage on the rest of the field. In qualifying today, he had almost a full second on Jeffrey Lehner. So we'll see. And if we look here, about 0.4 on Ben Albano, who started on the outside of the front row. Burkhardt obviously looking to break away. So Burkhardt was your pole sitter at the National Championship Runoffs, was running in fourth when he had some mechanical issues and had to retire. But he has seen a lot of action since then. Of course, he ran the majors race to start off the year just after the beginning of the year at Homestead Raceway down in Miami. Ran Super Tours at both Sebring as well as Road Atlanta, and we're going to see him next week at VIR as well. But he's been doing a lot of other racing here, Brian and Deacon, as he's gotten some time behind the wheel of a TCR car running in the Michelin Pilot Cup.
I tell you what, and you've got two other, ones that run here regularly, the 27 of Brian Cates and the 11 of Jisoo Kim, right now sitting in 8th and 9th respectively. That's not really where we're used to seeing them. We're used to seeing them up front in that top 4, top 5, week in, week out. As the season goes on. As we look down a little bit further back, you've got Jared Odrick and John Ryan. They were side by side going down into turn 1. Deacon Odrick got a great run out of 10, got up beside John Ryan. John had nothing but to let him go there. Now they come out of turn 1. They're still side by side.
Yeah, after starting 13th, that is a really good run as he gets the lead of the little battle he's got there with the 87. He's up 3 spots over where he started. It's a really good run from Jared.
And as we were talking, I wasn't actually joking. For those of you who don't know the history, Jared Odrick, number 1 draft pick, played defensive end for both the Dolphins and also the Jacksonville Jaguars. But you were mentioning earlier, Deacon, that he's at a bit of a disadvantage in that Spec Racer Ford right now.
Yeah, so talking with Morgan, I've been able to become more friends with the guys at Doggone Racing. So I was talking to Jared a little bit yesterday how he's doing. And he felt pretty good in the car, but being as big that he is, he was very safely over the minimum weight that Surf has for the class. So he's got good pace, but just it's a small car, so you can't blame him. He's doing his best.
Yeah,
we have an off in 10. I believe that was the 87 that Jared was racing with earlier.
Yeah, that's John Ryan out of Delmont, Pennsylvania, as he goes and recovers, but not carrying a lot of speed across the line. He's now going to drop down to the tail end of the field, move him down now into 14th position. And, so the SCCA, when it goes and sets minimum weights for cars, the minimum weight is with the driver attached, with the driver in the car. And the SCCA, when they're setting these weights, they assume that the driver is 180 pounds.
Right, yeah, it's a good average. And Jared was definitely asking a lot of questions, being very curious with Morgan yesterday. And Morgan was actually in the trailer doing a lot of data analysis, showing him where he could be better and everything. And he was bringing up the fact that it was just, he can't really do anything about that, which is why you see him in more bigger cars like the like his old Porsche and, the TA, where he runs in those bigger cars. But it's really cool to see him branching out to a lot more car classes.
All right, real quick, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 5. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec, STL, and Touring 4. Race group number 5, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec, STL, and T4. Please start heading to the grid.
Tell you what, as you were sitting there talking, making that call to the grid, it looks like Sam Schechter is going to take over that number 2 position over Jeffrey Leonard in that 77 machine. Then you also had Ben Albano and Jason Pintar. Give that spot to Pintar as they come out of turn 2 and headed up towards turn 3. You'll see that here momentarily, but Pintar moving up into that 4th position.
All right, and so Burkhardt on lap number 4, you see him there on the timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen. He just resets fast lap at a 120 flat, or 120.041. And we mentioned that Morgan had reset the track record here last fall at the last Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event of the year. And let's verify that. He set the record at 119.17. So he's about 9/10 off of that track record.
But
at
I think
moment.
he did that when he was in the draft with somebody. I think it was him and Sam at that
Sam
point.
Schechter, correct.
Going through there. And I think at that point when he set that, he had just made the pass over Sam last year. So.
All right, a couple changes here at the front of the field is Jason Pintar now in that Gulf livery number 56 machine. He moves up into third. Jeffrey Lehner falls back into fourth position, and Ben Albano started off on the front row today, the number 17 machine out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Ben now falls back into fifth position. So, they're working now, looks like side by side going into three.
Yeah, it looks like the 77 is going to overtake Pintar coming up out of turn 3 up over the hill. So, but they were side by side coming out of turn 2, and it looks like that Pintar had to give Lehner that position. But a great battle right there for third, fourth, fifth, and even sixth. Throw in the 42 there of Craig Chase in that battle. So they start to come down through turn 6, heading up into the carousel, which would be 7, 8, and then coming up out of turn 9 as they head up the hill. We'll see. There's the learner Pintar. Then throw in Albano, and now you've got Craig Chase again. So, Chase not going away there. That's going to be a pretty good battle there coming down for that last podium spot here.
All right, poking to the inside now, Jason Pintar, with Jeffrey Lehner, the Gulf liveried machine to the inside, drivers right. We've got the orange 77 of Lehner, drivers left as they come down into turn number 1 and give that position now to Jason Pintar. So move him back up in the third, Lehner in the fourth with Albino running in fifth. And, he's right in that battle as well, though. Craig Chase in the number 42 car. He's right at the tail end. He's actually made up a good amount of ground on that pack of what was a 3-car pack, now a 4-car pack. And, he's still running a tiny little bit off their pace, but every time they go side by side into a corner, helps the Chase car out.
And we've got a good battle here going on a little bit further back from that. You got that battle from third all the way down to seventh. Deacon, but you and I were just sitting here looking at between the 7 of Keith Frazier, 11 of Jisoo Kim, and then now throw the 1 of Jared Odrick in there. They're all nose to tail there, and it looks like Jisoo tried to pull out and get in front of Keith Frazier, but Frazier was able to hold him off coming through turns 1 and 2. So we'll have to see how closely that moves them up.
Yeah, and on that last lap before this one, Frazier had actually dipped into the gravel at 3 and slowed up so that way Jisoo could catch. And so if I had to guess why Jared has been able to be so well, is that is a great car prepared by Doggone Racing that Morgan ran at the runoffs last year. So I think Jared's just going to have a much better race pace even though his qualifying pace doesn't say as well. He's going to be able to catch up and run more consistently through there.
Well, I tell you what, good thing it's not a hot and a really super hot day, because Jared would be getting hit with mosquitoes and bugs as high as he sits in the car. Everybody else looks like we got a spin down there.
Yeah, and that was the third car in line there.
That was actually Jared
Odrick. Yeah,
yep.
Big brake lockup with the rear of the car, and fortunately the car goes around. He now gets it back underway, but he's going to lose a number of positions. And that should drop him, I think, down in the 12th position, as probably 13th position as Wade White and Chris Current go by.
Yeah, along with Mark J. Wendling. So, again, we talked about it, and I know I was joking around because he does sit a lot higher in the seat there. So I'm sure the seat had to be modified a little bit to get him in and out. But, again, I think that is the car that he actually set the track record here with.
Yes, correct.
So,
yes.
So that ends up being is a good, well-prepared car. Here comes Morgan now out of turn 10 and heading down through the start-finish line. But here comes that battle, picking it up, coming out of 10. They're going to go across the start-finish line right now. That is actually third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Now we're going to throw in Brian Cates, guys, because he is now coming up to the back of the 42 of Craig Chase, where he is starting to get some of that draft. So now it is going to be a 5-car battle here towards the end with 7 laps to go for that last podium.
That's right, and he was about a second back at the line, so he is right on the edges of that draft. Now, real quick, Morgan Burkhardt resets fast lap down to a 1:19.834, so still about 7 tenths or so off the track record, but he is continuing to find speed without the benefit of a draft here.
Still very impressive on his lonesome.
And, should also mention it's been kind of a quiet race, after going 3 wide into turn 1 on the start for Sam Schechter, that blue and black number 55 machine now, as, he's opened up over a 3-second advantage on that Laner, Pintar, Albano chase, and now Brian Cates battle for third. That he's kind of locked in second. That he just kind of has to keep his head down now for another 7 laps, as we're just halfway through this 15-lap race.
Yeah, and I think the benefit there is because they, those 4 or 5 cars back there are starting to battle, right? Pintar gets a good run out of 10. He's going to pull out. He's going to end up bringing Albano with him. As now Pintar and Leonard are side by side. Again, now you've got Ben Albano. He's going to go with Pintar as they go down into turn 1. That's going to put Lerner in that 77, the odd man out. So you're going to put him back from third all the way back to fifth. That, again, is going to bring Chase and Brian Cates back in the fold, which is really helping Sam Schechter get away, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT light, B-Spec, STL, and T4. Race group number 5, E production, F production, H production, GT light, B-Spec, STL, and T4 racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, Deacon, you and I were sitting there watching Jeffrey Lerner in that 77 as he came up through turn 3. Again, was able to, Pintar gets by him, and that right rear hooked on that curbing right there, threw him back to the left, which allowed Ben Albano to get even closer than he was before. But pretty little hairy situation there for about a brief second.
That was definitely everything he could have used in the corner without having to dip into the gravel.
Correct.
So really good on him for not dipping into the gravel, or else he wouldn't have had, had the momentum to make the move.
Yep. That would have definitely come around. And you can see it here, as they go down by the start-finish line now, how far he's fallen back.
Yeah.
That just, basically degraded his whole timing down in there where he just lost all that.
Was definitely set up for the outside of 5, the slowest corner on the track. So I'm sure with some good defending, he would lose a lot of momentum and have to just settle back in.
And one of the things here, guys, that we've been talking about, this track, while it doesn't really, you don't lose too much tire fall off.
Right.
Being that there's no sun out right now and it's pretty cloudy, the tire degradation, and everybody underline that because I'm not going to be able to spell that, but the tire degradation isn't going to be as bad today.
Not at all.
Right? I think that if you ran stickers out here, they're going to last the whole entire. You may be able to get through the whole weekend on one good set of tires.
That's the why we see so many track records get.
I think so, right?
Why we see so many fall at the beginning of the year and a few even at the end of the year, but it's always in April or March
October,
around there,
right?
in October that you see these track records fall. It's just this track loves cool temperatures. So if you can get a good fast car out there, or you can set up your car throughout the whole year for the end of the year, then you can get a good chance at your best lap.
And I think we're going on year 7 since the repave. Was it 2017, 2018?
Yeah.
Right, when we did it. So now the characteristics that were in it before are now back. Right?
Yes.
So, again, you were talking about the track walk, Greg. If you're a new racer or you're a racer that's just now really starting to try to learn this track, I suggest you highly go out and walk this track because there will be some points in this racetrack that go, holy cow, I didn't know that was there, right? How did I get through that? This has got a little bit of a banking in it. But when you're in a car, it's flat. It doesn't seem that way. So, again, you can use the track to an advantage if you go and do the track walk. So, again, if you're in the paddock, I highly suggest today, once the track goes cold, if it's not raining by then, to clearly get out and walk this track.
Yeah, indeed. And so we got word from the pits that Morgan Burkhardt, he did go out on scuff tires, on tires that he's used before, and perhaps the same tires that he used for qualifying earlier today. So, not brand new, not sticker tires, and he's still setting these very quick lap times. As you said, this track, it's kind of weathered in, but the other part there, as you mentioned, especially now since we've had somewhat overcast skies and no real sun beating down, even though the ambient air is somewhat low, it is also the track temperature has not raised up as Morgan Burkhardt now resets fast lap to a 119.5. So,
he's close.
Yeah, he's getting there with 3 laps to go. Jeffrey Laner, who is in that battle right now, and he's starting to fall off a little bit. Off of Jason Pintar. He just turned in his fastest lap here at a 120.347. He's actually starting to fall off both Pintar and Albano.
I tell you what, looking at that, and you look at Lerner and you look at Morgan Burkhardt, they're doing it by themselves.
Yeah,
right. And so if you're in the draft, you're kind of. It seems like you're kind of hurting yourself a little bit here. kind of what's going on. These drivers, and when they're by themselves, are going faster, which is something you don't ever see here. It's more of an anomaly that we're seeing that right now.
If Morgan had a draft partner out there, he would have absolutely reset the record.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we saw, pretty close to that in qualifying between him and Sam, right?
Yes.
It was like, hey, be careful. You don't want to push this guy and give them the draft where he takes the pole away from you. And as soon as we said that, he backed off. So
as he rounds out of 10 and uses every inch of the gator teeth coming across the line, we'll see how he's done. And it's a 4. Even further down.
Yeah, he knocked what, a couple
7,000
thousandths off of there. Yeah, exactly. But went from a .506 to a .499. Next time our leader, Morgan Burkhardt, comes by, he is going to get the white flag. So if he's going to reset the fast lap and this race time is running down, it's going to be this lap. But as we wait for him to come up and take the white flag, there's that battle that continues to go on with Jisoo Kim and Keith Frazier. The battle for 8th is Kim right on the gearbox and now pulls to the inside the yellow number 11 car, and he just can't quite get up alongside Keith Frazier, that blue number 7, as they go under braking in the turn 1. He's going to have to be content with running in 9th position.
Yeah, for now, he gets a good run coming out of 10, which helps him get close by to Keith Frazier. So
but it just looks like he just runs out of top end there, going down into the braking zone. So we're waiting now as Morgan Burkhardt, our leader. We should see him coming out of turn 10 now, and as he comes onto the front straight, there you go. White flag is in the air. 1 lap remaining as the rest of the field starts to filter through. And look at this, Ben Albano. He's gotten back up to the back of Jason Pintar as they come across the stripe now, and the gap is only about a half a car length separating 3rd from 4th place as they start to make the run down into turn number 1. And they've also closed things up a little bit on Sam Schechter. Schechter, who used to have about a 4-second advantage over Pintar, it's down to about 2. But Pintar right now, I think, much more concerned about the number 17 directly behind him.
Yeah, now you end up getting a little bit of defensive there on that last lap that Pintar has to do. And we talked about Jisoo Kim and Keith Frazier here. Now they're going to go side by side into one, but it looks like Frazier is going to have the momentum coming out of turn 2 there, Deacon. He looks like he's going to hold off Jisoo Kim by about a car length now.
Yeah, that was a little too narrow from Jisoo to get the momentum through there, and Frazier was able to keep the momentum enough around the outside. But we'll see, coming through on the last lap, he could make a last-ditch effort through as he's getting a run into 5, down into 4, into 5. So he may have the run. As Morgan Burkhardt comes out of 10 closing up to take the checkered flag, he pulls to the inside. And he's won it.
There you go. Morgan Burkhardt taking the win today in race number 1 for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 this weekend at the majors. Sam Schechter comes across the line. He will finish 2nd. There he is. And at the line, that battle for 3rd, Ben Albano, who started on the outside of the front row today, had fallen back as far as 5th position. The Greenwich, Connecticut driver, the gray number 17, he will finish in 3rd. Jason Pintar in the 56 machine, he falls back to just off the podium in 4th. Jeffrey Lehner will finish 5th. Brian Cates will finish 6th. Craig Chase will finish 7th. Keith Frazier will finish in 8th. Jisoo Kim 9th. And Mark Wendling will round out the top 10. Wade White in the purple number 59 machine, he crosses the stripe just outside of the top 10. Ran his fastest lap of the race here on the last lap, with Chris Current, Jared Odrick, and John Ryan rounding out the field. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Or did I already make the final call? No, we'll do it now. A lot of them are on the grid already. Last call to the grid for race group number 5, small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, STL, and Touring 4. And I think I threw B-Spec in there as well. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so we are going to take a quick little break, and in doing so, we're going to thank one of the great longtime partners of the Sports Car Club of America, and that is Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. I almost said Brian Bolansky. Brian Donati and Deacon Greenfield. And we've got Giancarlo Schooler, our director, here with us. We've got two more races remaining. Next up is our small bore production and super touring race. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 24th. Driving the number 111 GT Light MG Midget, it's Bill Blust. Starting 23rd, driving the number 90 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit from Durwood, Maryland, Tom Broering. David McPherson starting 22nd. He's in the number 91 STL Mazda Miata with Kurt Laumeister starting 21st. He's in the number 77 STL Mazda Miata. Ryan Moran starts 20th. He's in the number 88 B-Spec Mini Cooper with Spike Benning starting 19th. Spike is driving the number 35 F Production Mazda Miata. Dan Conway starting 18th today. He's in the number 103 Rat Sport Brandon Foot and Ankle Mini Cooper with Rich Roman starting 17th. He's your reigning B-Spec National Champion. He's starting 17th. He's driving the number 11 Rat Sport RP Performance Mini Cooper. And your pole sitter today in B-Spec, starting 16th on the field. He's driving the number 19 Rat Sport RP Performance Mini Cooper. It's Alex Ratcliffe. Jennifer Romes is starting 15th. She's in the Touring 4 Scion FRS with Braden Connolly starting 14th. He's in the number 12 H Production Fiat X19. That's the Midwest Bayless Italian auto machine. Zachariah Rosenberg is back for this race. He's in the number 171 STL Mazda Miata. He starts at 13th with Tom Gahn starting 12th. He's in the number 49 STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got Robert Cahall. Robert is driving the number 178 STL Mazda Miata. He starts 11th with F Production driver, the F Production Mazda Miata driver, Robert Garrison, starting 10th. Starting 9th, driving the number 188 Touring 4 Toyota Scion is Chris Windsor with Matt Brannon in our other H Production Fiat X19. He also represents Midwest Bayless Italian Auto. He starts 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 83 E Production Honda S2000. We've got Michael Unger with Brian Price starting 6th. Brian's driving the number 51 T4 Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Matt Sisson starting 5th today. He's in the number 87 Touring 4 Scion FRS. He's your pole sitter in the class with the number 65 Caterham 7 of Minor Wilcox starting 4th. He is your pole sitter in E-Production. Starting 3rd overall, driving the number 22 GT Light Toyota Tercel, your reigning national champion in the class, and pole sitter in the class, Graham Fuller, in your front row. Starting 2nd, driving the number 7 STL Mazda Miata from Purcellville, Virginia, it's Chris Childs, and your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 122.437, driving the number 182 STL Mazda Miata, the Cahall Meathead Racing Machine, Ted Cahall.
I found Waldo on the racetrack.
There he is. All right, field has come around turn 10, and we are waiting for the green flag. And there we go. Green flag is in the air as they start to make the run down the front straight. and side by side, the two Mazda Miatas. And look at that as Graham Fuller in his GT Light Toyota tries to come underneath. That is a brave move, sir, to come underneath Ted Cahill and Chris Childs, especially since he doesn't have those tires up to temp. And we see Brian Price in the number 51 Touring 4 machine go right around the outside. Graham Fuller in that GT Light machine, he's got true slicks on that car, whereas Price and the two Miata drivers, the STL Miata drivers up ahead are on those DOT tires that come up to temp, not instantly, but certainly a lot faster than what Graham Fuller has under his car.
Tell you what, Graham was sitting there watching Ted Cahill and Christopher Childs battle it out going down, once a green flag flew, and it was kind of like, all right, gentlemen, somebody's got to go somewhere because I've got a heck of a run on this start, and he ended up getting pushed backwards.
Yeah, if I had to guess, Graham didn't really expect to have that good of a pull on those two Miatas. But
I don't want to be here.
based on the qualifying, I think Chris and Cahill are going to have a pretty good battle here.
Yeah, I think the STL battle is going to come down to the very end here as we go through, this 15-lap race. I'll tell you what, the car that I'm actually really going to look in is the race I'm going to look at as well is that T4 battle between Brian Price and Matthew Sisson in that 87. And that right now, Brian Price has got that early lead coming out of turn 10 over the 87 of Sisson as they go by the start-finish line down into turn 1. So we'll see how long that holds. Just a little bit as the race goes on.
Yeah, and we should also be watching this cadre of Mini Coopers, all of the B-Spec racers that are here. And we know that a couple racers did not make it out. And I think you had mentioned that we had one.
We had JB Swan here from up there. Ended up breaking yesterday. Had a motor problem and turned around and left this morning to go back home. Again, that's a 9.5, 10-hour drive, so we thought better of it. We talk about with the B-Spec group here, all of those cars pretty much under the same stable with Roman, Conway, Alex Radcliffe, and then Ryan Moran. Pretty much, again, same umbrella. Those guys are trying to do a lot of testing, a lot of working through to see kind of what they have. The car that Alex Radcliffe is in is actually, I believe, a new car for him.
Yes.
I can't remember who it was that owned that, but sold that.
Josh Schmidt from Babyface Fabrication.
Yeah, ended up buying that car during the off season. So again, adding to that that stable of B-Specs. So,
all right. So here early days, it is Childs, your overall leader, as he brings the field out of turn number 10 with then Cahill in the 182 Mazda Miata directly behind, then Graham Fuller. And there we go. That battle for the lead in Touring 4 just crosses the start-finish line. Brian Price in the we'll call it the burgundy ND Mazda Miata, and then we've got Matt Sisson in the white Scion FRS, and Sisson takes over the lead in Touring 4 from Brian Price heading down into turn 1. Chris Windsor a little bit further back in the 188 machine. He's actually about 15 seconds in arrears. But here we also have in the Caterham trying to make a move to the inside. That's Minor Wilcox, who just ran the fastest lap of anybody here on track. He's trying to get past both Price and Sisson coming down the chute going into turn 5.
Yeah, he's going to be mixed in there. I watched during qualifying. I watched that 87 of Matthew Sisson, and I kind of really was paying attention to that car getting out of turn 10 and really getting that, that acceleration off of turn 10 even faster than any of the other T4 cars. And we got one car.
We've got an incident down at turn 5, and that is one of the two Fiats. That is, it looks like the 12 machine that is going around. That is Braden Connolly out of Columbus, Ohio. We got Braden in the 12. We've got his father, Matt Brannon, in the 122 machine. And so we've got a local caution waving yellow there as that 12 machine is still on the pavement. It looked, Brian, like there might have been some contact down there as well as one of the other cars came around the corner and found the Fiat.
Yeah, pretty much stacked everybody up. And I think it was Chris Windsor that was kind of like sitting nose there, or it may have been Jennifer Romes in that other Toyota there to go through. And it looks like it stacked up all of the B-Spec field with Rich Roman and Alex Radcliffe. Looks like those two were able to get through. And I believe it is the Christopher Windsor machine in that 188 that
188
kind of stopped there in front of the 12. They kind of did it because that allowed the two B-Spec cars to go back around them.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and we got word from Turn 5 that it was the 188 car of Windsor. There doesn't appear to have been any contact, but he had to stand on the binders because there really was nowhere for him to go. And I think we'll see those two Fiats, the 2H production Fiats, next week at Virginia International Raceway as well. Currently, even with that issue there, Matt Brannon in the 122 Fiat remains your leader in class. Tom Roaring in the Volkswagen Rabbit now moves up to second in H production.
A lot of good battles here going on as they come out of turn 10. There's your front three leaders with Minor Wilcox. I have a feeling Minor Wilcox is going to play a role here, Greg, when we get into our STL battle, towards the end of this race. Again, had a bad qualifying, but now is, again, still setting the fastest lap of the race there with a 1:22.9. So he's definitely going to play a role in this STL battle. And I think with Childs and Cahill, will let him go once he catches them.
Yeah, jumping back to that lead pack between Childs and Cahill, with Graham Fuller right behind them. Cahill's actually beginning to push Childs, even though the closest car is a couple positions back with the 178 of Robert Cahill. So I believe they're just going to try and run away from Graham Fuller, but I'm pretty surprised to see that Cahill is going to try and fight that.
All right, let's jump for a second here over to B-Spec, where we've got our leaders of Rich Roman and Alex Ratcliffe coming down the front straight now. Roman in the gold-colored Mini Coupe, and then we've got Alex Ratcliffe in the green Mini Cooper directly behind. They have managed now to open up about a second and a half advantage over Dan Conway's Mini Cooper. I think it's the next one back in line there,
yes.
a little bit further back, a bit of a gap there in the red Mini Cooper. But getting word from not one of the corners, but from turn 5, maybe a little bit more about the incident where we had that Fiat, the 12 car, go around down at turn 5. There's the possibility, it looks like the number 91 machine, or the thought is that the 91 car, that is David McPherson's STL Mazda Miata may have been putting down some fluid coming down into turn 5. Our corner workers are watching that car right now to see if there is anything else or any fluid leaving that machine, but that could certainly explain the little spin there by the 12 car.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Our overall leaders there headed down into turn 5. Again, Minor Wilcox in there. He has gotten past let's see, get past 10K Hall. So now he's going to come up on Childs. Again, I would assume not to give up too much track position and time. I would think Childs will let him go by here when he gets a shot, either coming up out of turn 8, up underneath the bridge, and then in through turn 10. But we'll see. Right now, it's about a 4-car length lead.
Yeah, and again with Wilcox there in that E-production machine, given that Michael Unger now is about 20 seconds in arrears in his Honda S2000, not much for Wilcox to really fight for, that he can kind of pick and choose his spots to get around Chris Childs, and he does it right at the start-finish line here on the front straight, where it's, I'd say, safest for both of them, as they're now heading down into turn 1, as we've got a car now, and this appears to be Brian Price's Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Looks like that he has either had the right front tire go down, or he may have had the right front suspension go down, and he has pulled off into one of the crossover roads here just past the start-finish line. So it looks like the 51 car's day is now over.
It looks like he was struggling to shift gears, Greg, when he came through, because the right front does look okay. It looks up. The tire looks okay, but it does look like he was having some really hard time shifting, so it may have been when going from 3rd to 4th gear or 4th to 5th.
All right, guys, big change here in B-Spec, as we now have Alex Ratcliffe in the green Mini Cooper. He's now opened up about a 5-car length advantage over our new second-place driver in B-Spec. and that's Dan Conway.
Greg, let me interrupt you here for 1 second. We've got the 111 just off of turn 3. You can't really see it in your camera, but just off Bill Burst, who his driver's left up towards the tire barrier, spun coming off of 3 and all the way over there. So we're going to get a standing yellow there.
We can kind of pick him up if he's if you look almost center of the track, directly ahead, coming out of turn 3.
Yep.
And you could see that little bit of blue there down at the very end there, and he's up against the tire wall just as the drivers start to make their way over towards that turn 4 stand. And the driver getting word now that the driver has backed away from the tire wall. So we'll see if the 111 car can continue on. Again, Bill Blust driving the MG Midget, running second in GT Light, currently 2 laps down from our leader in class, Graham Fuller. As we continue, we jump back to this battle for the lead in B-Spec as they now come underneath the bridge. And again, running second, or probably running in the lead, it is Alex Ratcliffe. And wow, look at that, as the red Mini of Dan Conway has closed right up to the back of Alex Ratcliffe. He was right there, right on his back bumper, Brian, going into turn 10, but and I think a lot of this has to do with it's Conway's very first weekend in one of these B-Spec cars, just didn't have the cornering speed that Ratcliffe had there, and it's also allowed Rich Roman to close things back up again.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 111 right out of 3, Greg, and I'm not seeing any activity from there. Whether I can't tell if he hit the tire wall or not, but he's kind of right in between the track and the wall itself. I haven't seen whether he's trying to fire the car or even turn the wheel, so I'm not sure.
Sorry, it does look like he did make contact with the tire barrier. It looks like there is a part of the bumper is up against there. The tire marks go straight into the wall, and he does have, looking through the binoculars, you can see he's got some front end damage there. But you know, the tough thing here, Greg, with that with the B-Spec class, right? You're getting a standing yellow there, so it is tough to do it. But those 3 are working together to do as much as they can. It looks like we're going to get Rescue 1 to come out.
Yeah, with a better look with the binoculars, I do see some fender damage.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. This is your first call to the grid. And a couple quick notes. If you are planning to get tires or work with the great folks from Appalachian Tire, they do plan to leave tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So get your business done either this afternoon or early tomorrow morning, because Appalachian Tire will be leaving at 10 a.m. Also, Mach 5 Motorsports, the pro shop here at Summit Point, is going to be closing early tomorrow. They're going to be closing at 2 p.m. All right, let's take a look as wow, we've got
some smoke out of the back of the 91. It looks like that could be a catastrophic engine failure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and we're following him now as he goes down the hill. You know, we've had an issue with a bunch of flies up here at the up the top of the tower, and maybe if we can. So one of us wants to haul that 91 car up the steps. It might be able to help us out here, because it's starting to look like one of the 10.
Looks like he's
one of the 10 plagues up here.
He's going to stop in 5, Greg.
It looks like he's going to stop down the bottom of the hill. But we have got Graham Fuller pulling off the road or off the racetrack as well.
Yeah, he came down the pit lane. He's going to head back into the paddock. So Graham Fuller, our reigning national champion in GT Light, his day is now done. Watching another great fight going on right here, and this is between the 49 car, the 178 and the 171. Tom Gahn, Robert Cahall, Zach Rosenberg. This is the battle for third in STL right now as they're going down into turn number 1. And we see Rosenberg try to come underneath Robert Cahall. They've been going at it, gentlemen, for now about 3 laps in a row.
Yeah, I tell you what, as they come out of turn 2, Greg, and they come into turn 3, not only do we have the standing yellow, but we're going to have some debris. I think the 91 put some oil on the racetrack there, because I'm looking at cars, and there is a lot of getting sideways coming out of turn 3.
Kind of like that, where Rosenberg, we saw the rear end of that Miata just drift all the way through the curbing.
Yeah, so...
And we had a local caution down at turn 5. I'm going to get a number on that car here momentarily as the local caution's been withdrawn.
That may be that may be the 90. Well,
yeah, that's the 9-1 exactly.
Yeah. So again, we talked about that earlier on. So he is moving right now.
Right. He pulled off. That was the local caution, and then he has now continued, and we can see as he's I think as he's coming up the hill, he's probably gonna bring the car down onto the pit lane.
It's probably because there's no oil left in it.
Yep, and there's the 91 coming down the pit lane, just as that three-car battle for third in STL that we've been watching comes through turn 10.
All right, so if we look back here and we regroup here a little bit, you got Minor Wilcox in that E-Production Chatham. He's your overall leader. Then you got Chris Childs. He's leading STL, then Ted Cahill in the 182. That's second in STL. Matthew Sisson's leading in T4 in the 87. And then your second place in E-Productions is at Michael Unger. That's your top five. But again, Greg, we've got a lot of stuff that's been happening on this racetrack the last, 3 laps where, you've got certain types of races going on, especially with our B-Spec, and that is starting to break up a little bit. Now you've got Minor Wilcox, Chris Childs, and Ted Cahill in that 182. They go through that, but you've got Dan Conway and then got Alex Radcliffe.
Yeah, and with our top 3 drivers trying to pick and choose their spots to get around through the B-Spec cars, it's really started to split up that battle for the lead in B-Spec. Rich Roman in the gold number 11 machine, he is now fallen back around I'd say about 10 car lengths now back from our top 2 cars, but you could see there's actually now about 10 to 12 car lengths between each one of our top 3 cars in B-Spec here as they've got 4 laps remaining.
Looks like we've got Benning pulling down off of pit road as well. He's going to make that hard right-hand turn back to the paddock.
And so Spike Benning, one of our 2 F production machines, driver of the number 35 Mazda Miata. That's going to leave Robert Garrison out as our sole F production racer, and Garrison currently running 10th overall.
I tell you what, if we can, let's pick up Jennifer Romes and Christopher Windsor in that 186 machine and that 188, both in those Toyota Scions. That is for second place. They're just now coming out of turn 10, heading down by the start-finish line. Here they come now. Going in, I tell you what, Jennifer Rome's running a great race, holding off Chris Windsor really for the last 2 laps. Chris hasn't been able to get by her. We'll see. It looks like he's going to make a move now going into turn 1, just off to the right side. Thinks better of it, tucks back in. Jennifer Rome seems to get through turns 1 a little bit cleaner there.
And Jennifer has a lot more time behind the wheel of one of those Scions. She's been racing it here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, I think, for 2.5 seasons. And I think that this is the very first time that I've seen Chris Windsor in one of these Scions. He's been running an NC Mazda for the last couple of years. I know that Mazda had some issues, much like a tire wall has issues with a Mazda, at a driver's school that was here a couple of weeks ago, and I think that car is currently under repair. So, but Rome's doing a good job, and it was interesting there to watch Windsor pop to the inside because it was like he just ran into a brick, not a tire wall, but a brick wall, and hit that wall of air. And Rome's was able to go like another 100 feet deeper into the braking zone.
And you have your overall leaders now coming through both of them. So that's separated. Chris Windsor last time by, I was trying to say Deacon last time by, we watched Windsor get really sideways coming up out of 3. So that opened up that gap as well.
Yeah, and speaking of 3, with the 111 still over there, and K-Hall has now caught up to the back of Chris again, although it looks like somewhere off camera he may have lost a couple lost a couple car lengths.
And that was as they were working their way through some of the T4 traffic through Windsor and through Rome's. It split them up once again. But we've got 2 laps remaining here, guys, and I don't see many people on the grid, so let me make another call for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Please head to the grid. Your race is going to be starting in just a few minutes. Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V racers, please head to the grid.
Ooh, a little shimmy there from the red S2000.
Yes. Yeah, I think there's going to be potentially some cleanup here, gentlemen, as we get to the end. I think the 91 was putting a little bit of oil down, kind of all over the racetrack, as we talked about earlier on with that spin with the 12 of Braden Connolly down into turn 5. So I have a feeling they're going to be doing some pretty good cleanup. Here comes that battle, Greg, you were talking about with Tom Gahn, K-Hall, and the 171 there. Zachariah Rosenberg. Tell you what, that's been a pretty good battle the entire race.
Yeah, it continues on there, and so it appears as though Robert K-Hall in the 178 machine, he's started to work himself. I don't want to say clear. He's got about 3 car lengths right now on Gahn and Rosenberg, and currently in STL, that is the battle for third.
As Minor Wilcox now takes the white flag here, so 1 lap to go. In this race, but I tell you what, I'm not sure if Chris is having some problems seeing or whatever, but he now has his lights on. So he must have his fans going.
Those are the daytime.
He's doing that just because he's coming up on the lap traffic.
Could be. I leave it on. Yeah.
Those are what are known as the DRLs, the daytime racing lights. And actually, I think both he and also Jennifer Robes, those are on.
Yes.
In a Touring 4 car, you are not allowed to disable them. So
yes.
We do see them on here. As again, you mentioned Minor Wilcox working his last lap. That also means that our STL leaders, Chris Childs and Ted K-Hall, working their last laps. Last time we saw them, there were about 4 car lengths separating them, and they're going to be coming up the hill now. Here, I think just ahead of that other STL battle. Here they come now. They're coming through turn 8. Thank you, JC. As Minor Wilcox comes out of the final corner, Wilcox is going to take the overall win, takes the win in E-Production. And here comes that battle for the lead in STL as they come over the crest of the hill. Ted K-Hall, he pops to the inside, and as they come to the line, Chris Childs takes the win in STL. 77 1,000ths of a second is the margin. Back to Ted K-Hall, who finishes in second. Taking the win in Touring 4 is going to be Matt Sisson. Actually, Matt Sisson is a little bit further back. We've just seen our second and third place drivers in T4 take the finish, but now Matt Sisson, he crosses the line. He's going to finish 4th overall, takes the win in Touring 4. Michael Unger will finish 2nd in E-Production in his Honda S2000. He's going to be. We're going to see him come around the bend here momentarily. And let's take a look at that fight. Where is our B-Spec fight?
They are done. It looks like Dan Conway is going to put a whipping on those boys. Spent a lot of time running those B-Specs with Alex Radcliffe 2nd, Rich Roman 3rd, Ryan Moran 4th. So Dan Conway putting a whipping on them boys.
That's right. So there you go. That's your B-Spec finish. Wilcox and Unger in E-Production. Touring 4, Sisson, Romes, and Windsor. And, of course, Brian Price retired after just 6 laps. In H-Production, Matt Brannon takes the win in the number 122 Fiat X19. Braden Connolly had that early spin down at turn 5. He works his way back to take 2nd place, while Tom Broering will finish in 3rd. In STL, we mentioned it's Childs, Ted K-Hall, Robert K-Hall, with Tom Gahn finishing just off the podium. Robert Garrison will take the win in F Production with Spike Benning only completing 8 laps. And in GT Light, Graham Fuller, he finished 7 laps down, but takes the win at GT Light because Bill Blust, he's still out there at turn 4, he finished 11 laps down.
Yep.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. And when we come back, actually, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, our final race of the day, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. All right, so now let's take a quick break, and we're going to thank one of our great partners here, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, and that is RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour and the first one here in the Northeast Division, and we're getting ready for the last race of the day. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, Deacon Greenfield, and we got Giancarlo Schooler here giving you the views and giving you everything. And so we've got the drivers heading out for their pace lap here, final race of the day, as I mentioned, and let's go and run down the starting order. Starting 7th, and by the way, we've got out of the 7 cars that are going to be in this field, the first 5 that I'm going to talk about, they're all Formula V. So starting 5th in Formula V, driving the number 29 Speed Sport AM5 from Brooklyn, New York, it's Jeffrey Vallejo. Starting 4th, driving the number 86 Protoform from Reisterstown, Maryland, Ray Qualls. Chris Berry is starting 3rd. He's driving the number 07 Citation. He's out of Westwood, Massachusetts. Starting 2nd in Formula V, driving the number 9 Protoform from Ellicott City, Maryland, Gary Slayer. And your pole sitter in Formula V, driving the number 72 Mysterian, the AdvantageMotorsports.com Mysterian, representing the South Jersey region, Alex Scaler. And then your front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 44 F600 Ellis from Marlton, New Jersey. It's Jay Beckley. And who did we have looking for Jay here earlier? Oh, Whitney Ogden. I hope you're still with us. Jay's finally out and racing here. And your pole sitter today, driving the sole Formula F in the field. It's the number 3 Honda-powered Piper, the BGR Piper race cars machine from Lambton Shores, Ontario, Canada. It's Antonio Costantino.
Tell you what, that 44, that Formula 600 of Jay Beckley in that 44 did have a little bit of issues during qualifying. Yeah. A lot of smoke coming out of the back, but it was only in certain areas, definitely going into turn 1, out of turn 2, and then most definitely coming up 3 over the hill to 4. So we'll see. Hopefully they were able to rectify that, get that fixed where he can last the whole time, but I do know that there were some calls on the radio during qualifying to keep an eye on that machine.
All right, remember, this is a 15-lap or 30-minute race to the death. I mean, pardon me. It's death match. That's right. Now I'm thinking about it. It's still probably earlier than your time. I'm thinking about MTV stuff. Anyway. Anyway, here, 15 minutes or 30 minutes now. Tomorrow is going to be feature race day. We're going to be starting at about 9 a.m. Our racers are going to have much longer format races. They are going to be 23 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first for our 6 different race groups. Pace car now. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to Antonio Constantino out of Ontario, Canada, in his Honda-powered Piper. The starter looking over the field. Beth Burkhardt is your starter. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway. Last race of the day, jumping to an early lead. That is Jay Beckley here. But we're going to, I think, spend most of our time with this Formula V race. Here as we've got the field heading down into turn 1. We've got Alex Scaler. He's in the white 72, and I think that's the Roger Siebenaller car that he has raced in the past with Gary Slayer in the number 9 machine directly behind, and we're already seeing that 72 opening up a pretty good advantage. Yeah, indeed. That is the Roger Siebenaller car. It's got the Dayglow orange nose on it. That is what Alex Scaler is racing. Slayer, Barry, Qualls, and Vallejo in pretty close proximity now as they are starting to make their way down through the chute going into turn 5.
I tell you what, if the next 3, with Gary Slayer, Chris Berry, Ray Qualls, and even Vallejo, I tell you what, if they want to catch Alex Scaler, they've got to stay single file pretty much the entire race because, Alex Scaler is going to be running there all by himself. Those cars, as these do, along with our, Miata's Deacon, they got to have the draft, so they got to have help. So those 4 cars, if they want any shot to win this, they've got to stay together.
And here's an interesting note, and I want to thank Brian Straczynski for joining us. Brian is a stalwart on our Super Tour coverage that Brian Belansky and I do on the SCCA official channel. And he mentions that Jeffrey Vallejo, in that number 29 machine in the Speed Sport AM5, it is one of only 2 AM5s that have been on track recently, and it's been about 6 years since this car has been out. And this is a Michael Verison's machine. Verison's, who I believe was a 7-time and Brian, I'm sure, is going to correct me, but I think he was a 7 or 8-time runoffs champion. And there you go, Brian. Brian puts in the chat that he won 7 or 8 runoffs. And again, Verison's many time Formula V champion, moved on to some of the larger Formula car classes in the last couple of years. And we see there is Scaler now as he's opened up a very early lead, but good fight there for second between Qualls, Slayer, and Chris Berry.
Yeah, I tell you what, that battle right there, and like I said, looking at the timing through qualifying and all 3 of those racers, they were kind of nose to tail during qualifying the entire 14 minutes that we had out on track. So I have a feeling that that's going to be the battle for the last 2 spots out of qualifying. So those 3, out of the race, those 3 are going to determine who the last 2 steps are. As they come out of turn 10, again, by about a car length and a half, again, it looks like it is going to be Ray Qualls in that 86 machine, the 9 of Gary Saylor, and the 07 of Chris Berry. That's second, third, and fourth in this Formula V. But I tell you what, you look at the times right now, and other than outside of Alex Scaler, all 4 of them, or all 3 of those, in the same time bracket, per se, within a tenth of each other. So we'll see whether or not how much that draft really is going to come into play as this race goes on.
Yeah, and so we've seen a couple track records broken here this weekend already. These drivers, again, still trying to get some heat in the tires. It has definitely warmed up quite a bit since we started with our first race today at about 11 a.m. Ambient air temperature now about 65, 66 degrees here, and so the track definitely starting to heat up. Right now, Antonio Constantino, your fastest driver on track, as you can see there from our ticker on the screen. He has now put in a 1:18.971. That's going to update on the screen here momentarily. And the track record in Formula F is down at a low 116. That was set by Will Holtz back in 2021. Jay Beckley currently running in the high 121 range. The Formula 600 record is at a 116.8. That was set by Scott Rudolph back in March of 2021. And in Formula V, Gary Kittle is your track record holder. He set the track record in April of 2018. It's a 123.9. Alex Scaler, right now the fastest of our Formula V drivers, at a 27.7.
As we watch them now come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3, again, you've got, those three battle, but it looks like it's going to be Saylor going to get across the line there last time by ahead of Qualls, as you mentioned, Greg. He's starting to open that up a little bit, so Ray Qualls following back just a little bit as they head down the chute and into turn 5. And again, people look on your screen, you see a little bit of smoke. That's not tire smoke. We talked about it earlier on. I'd be concerned if they weren't smoking at certain parts of the racetrack rather than smoking. And I think that's right. Over the years, I know I've come to learn this, and I think some of the corner workers, hey, we've got, Formula V smoking, and I think, that's kind of where we all picked that up. I'd be concerned if they weren't.
Yeah, how do you keep a Formula V from smoking? Don't lift and don't downshift.
Yeah.
So
don't start it up.
Yeah, well, there's that. All right, so that battle for second in Formula V now coming through turn 10 with Slayer, with Qualls, and with Chris Berry, the 9, the 86, and the 07 as they come across the line, just as our camera freezes there. At the moment, Alex Scaler, and this is pretty amazing, I think, here with just 4 laps into this 15-lap race, Alex Scaler has now opened up a 21-second advantage on the rest of this Formula V field. And he has just reset his personal best lap at a 127.6. Jay Beckley ahead, our sole Formula 6 driver, a 121.4. He just resets his personal best. And Antonio Costantino, our sole Formula F racer out here today, resets his best lap at a 118.7.
I think we're going to take up a donation fund to get your new glasses because it's only 11 second, not a 21 second.
Oh, my gosh.
We're going to take up a fund. Deacon and I are over here. We already started to put in, a dime each.
Well, I could probably use it. Well, oh yeah, you know what? I was looking at 21 seconds to the pulse there. Yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
We're going to take anybody want to give a collection here for Greg and get some new glasses.
Hey, I'm unemployed, so
well, that's why we're going to take up a collection.
There's only so much you can do with Cobra.
$5 poll fee for Greg's new glasses.
That's it.
Tell you what, if you want to contribute to the Greg Needs New Glasses Fund, go ahead and give us a big thumbs up. We definitely appreciate it. The more quickly we get monetized, the more quickly I get new spectacles.
New specs.
That's right. And oddly enough, I don't see that counter going up any. Thanks, everybody.
I tell you what, though, you talk about, again, the battle here in Formula V, and Brian Straczynski said it, on the chat, is that, again, Jeffrey Vallejo, he'll get that thing figured out, right? He'll get it figured out, and he'll go out and do it. We're still way off on the track record. Deacon's looking at the track record.
I did not believe that a Formula V would go that fast.
I don't think a lot of people didn't think that, but that record with that 123.9, almost under under 124.
Only about a year after the repave, so I guess that makes sense.
Well, that will make sense. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, and Whitney Ogden says she's here, so she's not going to miss Jay Beckley's run. No, where's Jay? Let's pick up. We could probably pick up Jay on track here for give a little bit of love to our Formula 600 lovers here. Well, that is our Formula V leader.
Coming out of turn 2 now, headed up into turn 3.
There we go. We're going to come in your views. There is Jay Beckley, and Jay out of Marlton, New Jersey, representing the South Jersey region of the SCCA. and currently running second overall. And again, is our sole racer this weekend in Formula 600. And looking to see if he's going to make the trip south to VIR next weekend.
Oh, we've got a car coming into the pit lane, Greg.
Yes, we do. And
that's Jeffrey Vallejo. So, again, look, as Brian said, give it some time, get him in there, get him going through it. He'll go through it, go front to back with it. And eventually within time, he'll get it worked out. And, hopefully by the end of the year, that car comes out. Again, you can't expect that car to come out of retirement per se with so many years and not,
Well, he's going to need to get that car back up and running. He is scheduled to run at Virginia International Raceway as part of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour next weekend. That a number of the drivers here that you see racing, I'm surprised that a lot of them can get things turned around and get them ready. Jeff is out of, I think, Brooklyn, New York, so I don't know if his plan was to go back up north and take the car back, or if he was just going to head down to Danville. But we'll see here as we've got coming out of turn 10, a great draft off of Alex Scaler, our leader in Formula V, and who was that directly behind him?
That is the number 9 Slayer.
That's Gary Slayer.
Yeah. Actually, I think that was Ray Qualls and Gary Slayer that were nose to tail going into one. So that's the battle for second in Formula V, and still pretty tight there. Chris Berry has dropped off about 15, 16 car lengths off of that fight for second.
Hey, let's keep we talked about Jay Beckley here a lot. Let's keep an eye on him. Last couple laps by, he is definitely way off the pace than he was earlier.
He's running 33.
He's just now coming up out of turn 8, be coming through turn 10 here momentarily. That car just does not look, I want to say, healthy, especially coming into the turns and coming out of the turns. Looks like he's really struggling. I'm not sure if that is a motor issue. It just doesn't sound right as he goes by.
And so Brian, the last time by, he had run a mid 133.
Yeah, he's
and now he crosses at a high 34. And to put things in perspective, that's about 13 seconds off of his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
So either he's got an issue or he's just dialed things back a ton.
I noticed that his pace out of 10 looked to be a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, well, when you watch him coming up out of turn 2, then you watch him going into turn 3, it's almost non-existent. I mean, it is almost dead stopped trying to get through that turn. So I don't know if he's got, a brake issue on that machine, or what we saw in qualifying with the smoke has reared its ugly head again and has come up, and he's just trying to nurse it at least to get it through halfway.
Yeah, and it does. It's hard for me to tell with the Formula 600 when the car looks twitchy, because I know that a lot of drivers, and I look at multi-time national champ Clint McMahon, for example, where he drives it very much like a go-kart, and it basically looks to rotate the rear and essentially just use the front to kind of adjust things a little bit, that he uses a lot of slip angle to get around corners. And we just watched Beckley go through turn 5, and it looked very similar. It looked very twitchy, but that may just be his driving style there.
Well, again, in some of those Formula 600 cars, you can almost drive it. You can drive it with your feet, with the brake and the throttle coming into some of these turns, almost like you do a go-kart.
Right.
In most cases, especially in the sprint side of the side of go-karting, you drive it really with your feet. It's a quick turn in, boom, you get through the turn, you get going. It seems like he's trying to do the same thing here. Looks like our overall leader, though, of Antonio Costantino, he's actually going to put him a lap down. So he's getting ready to catch him coming out of turn 2 and up through the chute into turn 3. So pretty much gonna turn around and lap the entire field here.
Yeah, as we've got now 5 laps here remaining. It'll be 4 the next time Constantino comes by. Beckley did pick up a little bit of pace, picked up about 3 seconds on that last lap. Hey, while we've got a couple seconds here, Brian, and JC, hopefully you can bring this up. I was hoping to bring up our upcoming events that we have here on the schedule. I just wanted to bring this up on the screen here because Brian and I have a very full schedule this summer and going into the fall here. We're going to be back in, I think, 3 weeks, Brian, for the opening round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Going to be here at Summit Point. We're going to be going to VIR a couple weeks after that. In early May, we'll be at the New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit for an event there. I think the only event on the Mars schedule, and we've got one of our Formula Vs off at turn number 5, and it has just gone around, and that, I believe,
that's the 9, I believe.
Of
that is
Gary Slayer, yeah. And he does continue. But we are going to have, I think, the only Mars event that we are not going to be covering this season. We are going to be going up in the middle of the summer up to Watkins Glen International. And that will be the one event that is not on the schedule. But for every other event on the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing schedule, please check back with us here on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA, Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. If you haven't already done so, go ahead and subscribe. And that way you can find out whenever we go live. We're also going to be covering the Majors event at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Raceway. And it's going to be a very busy season for us.
New paved Thunderbolt.
That's right.
Right? Brand new, repaved. Looks like they've had some cars out there doing some testing, and I think they've had some other classes out there already, but they have said that thing is, not to get away from the other track, lightning fast. So it should be interesting. I'm really interested to see, what it does to the tires up there.
Oh, yeah.
Because that track used to always,
eat tires like
go through some tires during the summertime. So
they revamped curbing as well.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, and they've added a lot of curbing. I think over at turn 1, where drivers had a tendency to run very wide, and a couple other corners there as well. It'll be interesting to see because we've had in the last 2 seasons a lot of different racetracks in the area get repaved. I think notably we were at Road America last season for the June sprints. Of course, we'll be back again this season for the sprints and for the National Championship Runoffs. But it was very much a one-lane track after that repave. Mid-Ohio got repaved. The Super Tour is going to be heading out there this season as well. And I've heard some things there that in some portions of the course there also at the moment it is pretty much a one-lane track. And, I think Sonoma Raceway, they just finished repaving that track 2 weeks ago. It'll be interesting to see what Thunderbolt is like. And we haven't talked to track management here, but I would suspect that a repave, Summit Point has been repaved here usually like every 8 to 9 years. So we're getting close-ish.
I think this portion of the facility is fantastic. I wouldn't touch this racetrack right here. If anything, and Deacon and I were just talking about this before the break, is obviously they're wanting to do a repave going into Shenandoah. So it looks like we've got one car coming. That is actually Jay Beckley coming down. So again, he got faster as the as the laps kept going on. But then obviously that problem just probably got worse and worse and decided to pull it in. Again, the only Formula 600 out there. He's gotten the halfway, so he's gotten the points for the race number 1. So, wouldn't be too bad. He's not racing against anybody else. So, smart to pull that off. Take care of what's taken care of. Go back in, work on it, get it ready for tomorrow because we're going longer tomorrow.
Yes. Yep. And again, tomorrow, much, much longer races. The races are going to be 23 laps or 50 minutes. Whichever comes first.
And think about this, gentlemen. These groups still have another qualifying session to go.
That's right.
We're going to get really groups 1, 2, 3, and 4 hopefully done today. They may push one of them back based off time frame, but it looks like, as soon as we're done with this race here, we're going right into Group 1 qualifying for Race 2, which will be happening tomorrow. So all of these drivers getting back out on the racetrack again one more time. I know that we were just looking at some of the weather radar. Looks like it could get potentially a little bit of light rain coming in here, probably within the next hour. So again, that could play into into some havoc as we get down towards the end of this day, especially for that second qualifying session. But I think for the most part, we may be able to get through it, Greg.
All right, Brian, we've got just one more lap remaining in this race. You know, I almost forgot. We've still got qualifying.
That's why I said let's get those guys up on the grid.
Yeah, let's bring up to the grid. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, Spec Miata and SMX. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session scheduled to start in just a few moments. Race group number 1, please head to the grid. And again, those qualifying sessions this afternoon, they are not going to be broadcast on the stream. Of course, we'll be talking about them here at the track. We've got the 4 qualifying sessions this afternoon, 2 qualifying sessions tomorrow morning. We are going to be going on air tomorrow morning right around 9 a.m., and we'll start our coverage with that Spec Miata and SMX race. The grids for the races tomorrow, all made up with based on the fastest lap times from the 2 qualifying sessions today and tomorrow morning, as well as the fastest lap times from today's sprint races. Our white flag is in the air for Antonio Constantino.
Actually, we've got the checkered.
Wow, really?
Again, we are really going to get a fun here for your glasses.
Oh,
right?
my God.
Everybody here is getting the checkered flag. So
yeah, remember, thumbs up for Greg's glasses fund.
As here comes, that's Alex Scaler there. So Alex Scaler, you're going to win your Formula V. And then we're waiting for the other cars. They've actually already taken the checkered flag. So it looks like 86. Raquel is going to finish second in Formula V. Chris Berry is going to finish third in the 07. The 9 of Gary Slayer. And then the 29 after only 5 laps, Jeffrey Vallejo.
So there you go. That is our top 5, or probably not our top 5, but that is the finishing order here for our final race of the day. And so, Brian, let's do this. Let's just again show that we'll just bring the schedule up on the screen, although I think I've mentioned it again. Starting tomorrow morning, we are going to be going live right around 9 a.m. Eastern time with the feature races for our first 3 groups. We'll then take a break for lunch, and then the last 3. But we do still have some more qualifying action here from Summit Point Raceway that Brian's in my day is never done. But I want to thank Deacon Greenfield. I want to thank, of course, Giancarlo Schooler for working with us here today. And they will be back. At least we know Giancarlo will be back. Deacon may be back tomorrow as well. As we find our way out and end the stream, I want to show you some of the great partners and sponsors that bring you this action here on behalf of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA here at Summit Point.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the Mars family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-67.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.